Hello, good morning. My name is Morganon, and I bid you all welcome to the first stream for Risen. There are going to be a lot of these coming. So basically, for those who didn't get the memo, this is going to be more, let's say, casually playing through the game. Let's make sure the volume is okay. Should be. Yeah, more casually oriented, because this is kind of me refamiliarizing myself with the game ahead of doing a walkthrough later this year. Seeing as I've done every Gothic game that matters, and even one that doesn't, it's time to, well, give this a try. Now, it's been a long time since I played this, so it's possible, and very probable, that I'm not going to enjoy this as much as I did in the past. That's just me getting older and crankier, but we'll see how it goes. What do I want to say? So this is going to be something that I kind of do whenever I have time. We're scheduling the first one because, well, it's a bit of a, I guess, significant occasion. Also, Happy New Year to anybody whose clocks work really fast, aka people around the world. Obviously, our New Year's is not due for quite a while. So, I haven't played this in a long time. We're gonna hop right into it. I am going to start it on hard. Never really played it on hard before, but I figure it's worth a shot. We'll get going and we'll kind of discuss things as we go, because I don't want to sit here for too long. The main thing that I'm going to do differently over the pre-streams for Gothic 2 is I'm not going to really skip dialogues or anything like that, because I did just kind of blow through those, and that led to me in the walkthrough still kind of doing things the way I always did, instead of actually trying to learn anything, which is kind of the main point of doing this as a stream, so that people can contribute their own insights and help me fill in the gaps of my own knowledge.
For longer than humanity remembers, the gods ruled. Humanity served as slaves, but life never remains in balance. Power passed to man, and man banished the gods from the world. But something was released. Something older than man has risen.
I think it's supposed to be, Val. This is very loud.
Given their freedom, humanity must fight for survival. Some cling to safety, others fight. It is a time where a man's choices define him.
The only opening narration in the third game was from the player character, so I don't think so. Also, hilariously, even though Eldrick did the narration in the intro of the second game, he didn't actually show up in-game until the DLC. So I know the opening cutscene is very, very loud. I'll have to rebalance the audio depending on how it is in-game. So why does he have such a long pinky? That's something I always noticed and always, like, bugged me. In the opening of this game, when he's standing up, his pinky, like, is longer than any of his other fingers. Alright, so I've tried to play with the mouse sensitivity in the config files. It is still kind of out of whack. But that be how it is. Alright. So it has been some time. How is the audio? It's very loud for me. I kind of like when storms are loud. I feel like that's one of the audio things that games usually mess up. Is that, like, ambient, like, environmental audio is very underwhelming. But anyway, this is everyone's favorite part. Part where we have to escort this lady. Up and at him.
Are you okay?
Yeah. But I think I drank half the ocean.
Do you remember much about what happened?
Just that strange man from the Inquisition. And the storm. He sailed us straight into it. And then he vanished.
What a coward.
The ship must have capsized and we got washed ashore.
Looks like the poor devils over there weren't as lucky as us.
Any idea where we are?
No. Maybe it's another island.
We should get off this beach. This wreckage could draw looters and they don't like survivors. We're going to need a weapon. Do you think you could have a look around? See if the tide washed up something we can use? A club, a branch. Anything is better than nothing, right? I'll stay here and keep an eye out for other survivors.
I like how you say we, but you never pick up a weapon yourself. Kind of neat that this intro, although... Hang on, wasn't there supposed to be a branch that you take out of the log? Oh, there it is. Yeah, nobody's really a fan of this intro. That was one of the things that they actually mentioned, I remember, leading up to Risen 2, is that the extensive intro and tutorial kind of put a lot of people off. Anyway, you get a couple choices here. You can take a whack with a staff, or whack with a one-handed club. And obviously there's a classic tutorial prompts. I do think that it gets a bit of credit for being a nice, like, free roam intro. A lot of games are very straightforward with the, Alright, let's do stream 1. A lot of games are very straightforward with the tutorial, and you kind of don't get to go off the beaten track.
I'm ready. Shall we go?
No time like the present. There must be a path somewhere that leads inland. Let's look for one.
I feel like they tried to make that line no time like the present. They tried to make that into a catchphrase of sorts. What the hell is that? There's something in the sky that just like vanished. It was weird. There's a lot of lightning. I don't remember. Can you get eaten by the worm in the intro here? Also, I hate they made F8 and F9 the quick save and quick load. For some reason, those are the only like key bindings that are locked, and you can't change them. Oh, we found a sea egg, turtle egg. Yeah, for those who don't know, if you go too far out to sea, because they couldn't be bothered to program swimming, there's a big old worm that eats you. Oh, really? Never noticed that. And there's his long-ass pinky again. Opinion of the music? The music is good. I like it. It's not super... not super inspired. It uses the same motif over and over again, which I'm not usually a big fan of. Change it via the config. Change what? I forget what I even said. According to Orbaron, I missed something. A little dialogue that we might as well see. You do that, Vasser. I think this is the first game I played since Bloodborne early last year that wasn't a new release of sorts. Oh, the quick save keys, right. I never minded the Don's theme. It's kind of hilarious sounding. A bit out of place, but I'm amused by it.
I've got something I can use, if we need to fight.
Are you going to maybe equip it? Bit hard to use if you don't. Take it out of your bag and put it on your back. It'll be easier to get to if you need it.
Huh. We get XP for getting that dialogue. That's interesting.
Let's get ready.
Honestly, I'm glad that they didn't make Sarah like such a recurring character in the game. She's very annoying in this intro. Like the use of her as the tutorial character, giving you all the tips and tricks and everything, is just makes her very annoying. Bird. The combat begins. I recall that the opening enemies are not terribly aggressive. It reminds you of Gothic 2, where like the young wolves and everything don't do the normal charge attacks and whatnot. But it also like kind of throws off my muscle memory, which surprisingly I still kind of have with this game, for not having played it in a while. Yeah, well, I don't know what euros are worth in American dollars these days, so hard to say. Basically, I'd say Risen 1 and 3 are worth like $5 a piece at this point. And Risen 2 isn't worth anything. I don't know, Orbaron. I always wondered that myself. Because, yeah, that image, this big stone thing is a shield you get later in the game. I have no idea what its deal is. I ain't one of those, like, lore YouTube channels, so can't say. So anyway, over in this alcove, within minutes we have a superior weapon. We also have a shield. The shields just get equipped in the offhand. Unlike Gothic 3, you don't have to worry about the shield getting unequipped when you sort of switch to other weapons. I have heard that name, and I honestly don't know who it is. If you go in with low expectations, I'd say that is worth it. Because the games are fun, at least 1 and 3. They're not particularly outstanding. Game theory? Okay. We already have another one here. They do reward you a bit for exploring early on. You can just go straight. But not much to speak of. Within minutes, the tutorial kind of gives us a mandatory weapon anyway. I don't think the extra damage we're getting out of these at this point makes much difference. But there's a lot of mussels. And it's hilarious that you use mussels as if they're oysters. And even though they look like a clam on the ground, in the inventory they look like scallops. Yes. But you open them and get pearls as if they're oysters. Oops, I pressed F5 to save. I'll definitely have to fix that for the next stream. Oh, the storm has passed, so at least it's a little bit quieter. Also, one trick to bear in mind, and they actually did bring this back for Risen 3, much to Angry Joe's chagrin, is that button mashing makes your combos really slow. You actually have to time it pretty well, pretty much to when the initial swing ends, and you get faster attacks. If you mess it up, your attacks are slower. Some people just can't seem to grasp that simple concept. Then again, in this game, it doesn't really tell you that. Also, as janky as a dodge is, I still find it way more dependable than actually blocking. Uh-oh, Sonics! Yeah, the animation quality is
Must have been
pretty poor.
attracted by the smell of the bodies. At least we have some meat now.
But he was nowhere
Need a
near the
fire or a
bodies.
stove.
I think it just lives
I
here.
have to eat rat. I'm not eating it raw. And if we can find fried meat will help.
Oops, I'm
restore
skipping
our
dialogues
energy.
like I said I would not
Even
do.
if it is just rat, we could really do with a few
Because
healing
I
pots,
cannot
too.
stand this
Perhaps
character.
there's some
Especially the
bird.
way she keeps complaining about the
Look
fact that
out.
we're eating rat meat, even though I got fresh game bird meat. But for some reason, she seems to think we can only eat the rat. Because they needed a tutorial character. Woof. Bow wow. Yeah, Risen's not much to write home about. I kind of respect it as Piranha learning their lesson a second time, where they kind of get back to basics. But it's not even as good as Gothic 2, so... Oh boy, here we go. So it begins. Why can't I touch that? Thank you, Val. Also, one of the things I'm doing that I did not do for Gothic 2 is taking notes. And I want to write down who tells me about it. Put that on that monitor so I don't have to keep minimizing it. Yeah, bots come in waves. That'd be how it
Do you
is.
see those torches? There must be people nearby. Do you think we should head for where the torches are?
I mean, if you're that dismayed at the existence of Risen... Also, there's a cave, and I can't remember how you access it. I think it's from down here. If you're that dismayed at the existence of Risen as kind of an underwhelming Roundabouts release, you will not be any more impressed by the sequels. I think Risen 3 is alright, but the only reason I came to enjoy it is because I had it. Frankly, I don't... If you don't like Risen, and you're not going to like it anymore, so I wouldn't recommend paying for it. I think the cave is up here. Also, just for the record, the chat you're seeing on screen is a combination of Twitch and YouTube chats. So, for those watching on one and not the other, you can see who I'm responding to, and it has either Twitch or YouTube icons next to it. So we got gnomes. Gnomes are a bit of tricky bastards. They're very fast. And kind of inconsistent in their behaviors, which makes them tough to deal with. But they don't have much range. They're just very dodgy and twitchy. Also, they like to throw shit, which they haven't done so far. Oh, there it goes. Threw an apple. Ow.
This cave seems a little eerie.
I'm in the middle of something here.
Let's find a different way, please. This doesn't feel right.
We're going this way. That one's still throwing shit. Let me get a potion on. It might have been overkill. I would say against gnomes, shield is more reliable. Mainly because they're kind of idiots. Any enemy that can block, which is gnomes, skeletons, or NPCs, they don't keep their block up consistently, which makes them... It makes it kind of trivial to just button mash them. But anyway, as far as Risen's potential, I don't think it had potential to begin with, because it didn't really try to do anything that Gothic 1 and 2 didn't.
I'll need a frying pan.
Yeah, the decision to turn gnomes into comic relief characters was a misguided one. We got torches. Obviously, with torches... I don't remember if you can keep a torch out if you don't have a shield. You cannot. Counter parry? I thought that was an ability you had to unlock. Yeah, it's giving me a tutorial prompt for a skill I don't have yet. F8. So yeah, unfortunately, they backpedaled on one of Gothic 3's only good mechanics, which is that with a one-handed weapon you can keep a torch out. Owie. Yeah, let's just go with a shield. Gnomes really only do one attack at a time. They don't do anything. They don't do much to defend themselves. Yeah, well, at least in Gothic 3, you could do a wield with a torch. And you could actually use the torch to set enemies on fire. BioWare game? What BioWare game was Risen 2 imitating? Because if anything, I thought it was imitating Assassin's Creed, but with a lot less assassinating. Velen and Dirty Swamp? I don't know what those are. Isn't Velen town in a different game? Oh, that's a Gothic 2 mod? I have been burned on every mod I've tried so far. I mean, this game is close to 15 years old, so... I don't even know if this game qualified as good looking when it came out. Yeah, well, if you were around for my Chronicles of Martana streams, you will know that I have not been impressed by Gothic 2 mods.
Wish I knew about prospecting.
Wish I knew about prospecting. So this is kind of one of the secrets that it expects you to go back for, like it's some Metroidvania or some shit. Lets you see a, what? Oh, that's right, you can't put torches away like in Gothic 1 or 2. So once you're done with them, they're wasted. Hello. Party members, I guess. I've never played, I mean, I know Inquisition is different, but I've never really played a BioWare game that had, and Mass Effect, that had, like, real-time combat like this. Mass Effect was a third-person shooter, so... If you want to know why I didn't like it, well, I'm trying to draft a whole review for it. Or critique, I should say. Ow. Ow. Suffice to say, I don't think it deserves all the credit it gets. A lot of people give it the benefit of the doubt for being free and for being a mod, but honestly, it's way overindulgent and kind of breaks its own legitimacy time and time again.
Look,
regardless,
it's a house.
I'll get to that someday.
Looks abandoned. I wonder what happened here.
Something must have driven the occupants away.
Whatever it was, it's certainly not warming me to this place.
Let's take a look around. We might find something useful.
You have a look inside, and I'll keep a watch out here. I'll call if any more of those rats turn up.
We're not... I mean, we've killed enough rats. Wait, that's her bench. Investigate the abandoned house. So yeah, she will have something to say every time you achieve any little step in the quest.
Doesn't look like there's been anyone in this house for a while. All I found was a locked chest.
Unless you have the key or a talent for picking locks, it's going to stay locked. The key to the chest could still be inside somewhere. I used to hide the key to my chest nearby, so I could open it easily.
Well, that's a very stupid thing to do, because it means burglars will find it. Ah, Val, they just didn't finish painting it. Everyone said... Returning is going to be a hilarious thing whenever I get to that, because... Every time someone says, oh, you should play Returning, I immediately get a follow-up response saying, no, never play Returning, it's awful. So that'll be exciting.
I found a key.
Don't keep me in suspense then. Try it on the chest. Let's see what's inside.
I've opened the chest.
Find anything useful?
Just a frying pan. Everything else is junk.
Oh well, at least you can fry up that meat. I could do with a little fried meat right now. You're probably starving too, and we can pretend it's venison.
Well, it's not going to taste like it, I assure you. Also, I like how he says everything else is junk, but I'm pretty sure we found money in there too. Oh, whatever,
Looks
we'll
good.
see. I'm not in a hurry to play any more Gothic mods. So I got games I expect to enjoy on my radar right now. Also, look at his
Smells
ankle every
good.
time we fry something. Look at his back ankle. Ugh.
I think that's cooked.
Here's your meat.
Here's your fried meat.
At least if you don't think about where it came from. Hey, that's not bad.
We should head further inland.
You go on. I really need to rest. That storm took it out of me. I feel exhausted. I'm gonna stay here for a while.
Okay. I'll come back and get you when I know a bit more about this place.
Don't worry about me. Be careful out there. I saw a path to the north. Looked like it led further inland. Maybe there's a village or something up there.
Bong. Prologue complete. So I like that little bit of electric guitar in the sting there. Alright, well, we're not... This is not a Harry Potter stream. Huh. I never looked at that, painting before. What if that's like a real medieval painting? It's just like public domain now. Well, Vanna, that's unfortunately true of a lot of mods. They just borrow a lot of things without asking. Hangry Wolf. So this is on hard difficulty. I don't know what the difficulty options do in their entirety. Doesn't seem like it affects how much damage you deal, but just how much you take. You never the title of the card? It's possible. I'm not sure how much the title cards for the chapters matter. I know later chapters, a lot changes. You know, it spawns in a lot of new enemies and shit. I'm not sure why Gothic 1 and 2, I mean, mainly Gothic 2, because Gothic 1 didn't have a lot of rewards for exploring. But I feel like exploring was more part of the experience than it is in any of their later games. That is some terrible cobwebbing right there. You can barely even see it. Also, you don't usually see... I don't know. Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward path to start with. One of the things I kind of want to try is what happens trying to get into the city without dealing with the Don's camp at all. Listen, I got a mint patch growing by my shed. That stuff is out of control. I don't need any more mint. Well, let's say Gothic 1 tried to do a lot more things. Didn't succeed on all of them. Oh, that's just because Twitch is better. Also, I like how you're flip-flopping between both of them. I mean, Twitch is designed for streaming. YouTube kind of built their streaming platform and then said, fuck it, that's good enough. Squawk. Oh, screw it. That's enough mint. Hello. Jesus. Where do you come from? Oh, so the combo attacks do deal more damage with each successive one. So there are a lot of occasions where just the first attack in the combo might as well not be there. Because the second and third attack will kill an enemy every time. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do about my mint patch by my shed, because it is so large that I can't really get around it. It's taken over everything back there, so I might just rip it all out and keep a potted plant of mint. And the first of many ruins that we get to visit here. I noticed the grave moths, all these moth-type enemies, have a tendency to attack when they're well out of range. They're very janky.
Another grave.
Another grave.
We all go back to the earth.
He makes such weird comments on the graves. It's like the only time I can think of in this game where he expresses any, like, empathy. Really? You never notice a ruin, or you just never notice that little alcove with the grave? Oh, I know there's a lot of recipes with mint. You don't grow it for no reason. God damn it, I keep pressing F5. Well, look what you've been missing. I do hate that this part, you kind of are guaranteed to get hit by this stupid thing. Because you have to get... Oh my god, that lock-on is shit. Well, the grave moths do tend to do combo attacks, so bear that in mind. One of the things that always gets me in games like this, and it's not just Piranha Bytes games, but any game that has ancient ruins like this almost never has architecture that makes sense as something you would use every day. Like, we barely see any signs of, like, living quarters in any of these ruins. They always just seem to be a dungeon. Or just some, like, treasure vault. Also, I recall this game did start the weird camera problems that Helix 2 seemed to experience. So when the camera collides with something, it takes a while to recenter itself on the hero's back. Yeah, so I think we're going to try that. Not for the LP, but I want to do it in the stream, because the stream's going to kind of be something I do very unstructured, to kind of learn a lot of alternative things. I know that we make arrangements with one of the Don's men, and he tells us who to talk to on the far gate. And that's how we get into the city. But, so I'm assuming if we go there without doing the Don's bit first, then we just get nothing for it. It's weird to me that the moths make no sounds when they attack. Owie! The what? Risen achievements are hilarious because they don't do anything. There's no achievement integration with Steam. That's true. I will be right back. Pardon. You are correct, Val. I kind of forgot that the working with the novices at the farm is a step of the process. Yeah. I don't remember if this came out on release. Like, on launch for PC, if it released simultaneously for Xbox. But I don't even remember if Steam had achievements at the time. That's one of the things I was wondering, because they are doing an update for the baffling Switch release for this game. They said they're doing an update to add proper gamepad support to the Steam version. I wonder if they're going to make the achievements legitimate at that time. That is not a far enough fall to do that much damage. Yeah, he's standing right there. That's not a very good ambush, buddy. But yeah, so there's on that cliff. Whoops. Right up there, just climb up there and you get your first bow. Yeah, we can see the ambush there. So what I'm gonna do, do a test save. For some reason, that's like one of few things I do remember for not having played this game in many years. I think the last time I played it, it was sometime after I did the original LP on YouTube. But it was not recently. I was trying out some like mods and ow, Angry Wolf. Trying out some mods in this like mod manager thing. That was the last time I tried it. Also, speaking of mods, I was looking into anything that fixed like the really crappy LODs of, especially like the tree foliage and stuff. Just looked like spilled paint. The only one I found required a whole bunch of other mods to make it work, and I didn't feel like dealing with that. Because I don't want anything that's like a texture pack. There's a lot of ones that just change like it to an autumn texture pack, so everything's orange instead of green. And, you know, a lot of custom texture packs that make ogres gray for some reason. I don't want any of that. Don't tell me my business.
Are you crazy walking around here? What do you think will happen if the Inquisition
I usually
catch you,
talk to
eh?
this guy first.
Who's in charge here?
Brother Tristan. You can usually find him in front of the farmhouse.
What do you mean,
He's
Val? It's for
taking
people
the
like
farm
you who
over.
hate the color
He
green.
runs the place now.
I see. Are you gonna call them?
Hey, I won't give you away, but the warriors of the Order often come by here to check on things. So I'm just saying, you better be careful.
What do you do here?
I'm working in my field.
Your field?
Yeah. This one's mine and the other one on the other side of the path is Teller's. Of course, he's further along working his one. Always is. Don't know how he does it. He's already taken his whole harvest to the storehouse. But I'm afraid I won't be able to get my harvest in on time. I can't spot the ripe plants from the unripe. They all look the same to me.
Do you need help?
You serious? Well, I wouldn't say no.
And what kind of compensation would not saying no come with?
Well, I'm only a novice, so I don't have much. But if you harvest the plants and bring them to me, I'll give you a healing potion. How about that?
Deal. I'll bring you those ripe plants.
Great. Then I might actually be able to start my mage training before this place goes completely to the dogs. Just look out for the ripe ones in my field, alright? 10 should be enough. Bring them back here, alright?
Listen, man, they're so easy to find. You just look for the ones that pop up when you mouse over them. So easy. Also, do they complain when you kill chickens? I'm curious. He didn't say anything, and I couldn't kill a chicken in one hit. Oh, he did say something. I don't really care. I'm doing all three, Val. That's kind of the intent. So I'm basically going to do the same thing I did for Gothic 2. Where I show the differences, but kind of stick to a main one. Which, honestly, will probably be Mage. But that does kind of depend on how many differences I find. Oh, this one? Who knows? Whichever one suits my fancy. The easiest one to join right away is the warriors of the Order, because you basically just have to get your ass kicked by the first Inquisition you see, and they shanghai you away to the monastery. Do they complain about pigs? These pigs are more important.
Here are your 10.
Thanks. Without you, I would have been in a whole world of trouble. The healing potion is yours.
Orban, you're having a lot of typos today. You get enough sleep?
How often do these warriors of the Order come up here?
The Inquisitor sends one once every couple of days. They like to keep a check on things. He picks up what we've harvested and the meat and takes it to the monastery, where they no doubt stuff their faces. If I were you, I'd hide when he shows up.
Thanks for the warning.
So anyway, that's done. Like I said, I'm not really doing anything in any kind of structure here. The last good Paburga. I'm trying to pronounce it as an actual word. Also, welcome, Napoleon Blown Apart. Haven't seen you on here in a while. In fact, this is their first comment, according to Twitch. I can't do it. I agree, though. Risen 3 was okay at best. Elex was meh at best. Elex 2 was dog shit. And so was Risen 2. So if we don't talk to them at all, let's just see what the guard on the far gate says. And yeah, so if you go towards that gate, you will run into Inquisish, who will kick your butt. Is that a Hitman reference? I never knew.
Stop shouting at napping!
Scout headshot. Thank you for following. Also, I don't have any alerts for YouTube, but I don't think YouTube does, like, follower alerts. What do you have to say for yourself, Stan?
Hey, this area hasn't been secured yet. Be careful.
Thanks. I'll keep my
Oh,
eyes
I
on.
did not know that.
Can't look after yourself, eh? I don't care what you're doing here or where you're from. I only care about security. Unauthorized people will be considered a looter. If I tell Severin at the farm, or if he sees you, you'll be arrested instantly. This area is off limits.
What do you know about this area?
This camp's run by the Order for the Inquisition.
What's the camp for?
All right, this.
All the troops out here use
No,
it.
this is not the guy
They
who
bring artifacts
escorts us to
and guard these two
the town,
ruins.
is it?
One here below the farm, and another further up.
Are the ruins dangerous?
We've got creatures piling out of the ruins.
No, the
and
novices
spreading
never
out
attack you.
everywhere.
It's just the actual Order members.
Can you tell me more about the ruins here?
I can't really. I just stand guard here. If
Welcome
you want to know more,
Sator's.
talk to Severin. Or rather, don't talk to him. You're not part of the Order. You're not authorized. Unless you want to join the Order, stay away from any white robes.
I'm on my way to the town.
You want to enter the town? Well, if you want that and don't want to get sent to the monastery by the Inquisition, don't go to the main gate. They'll catch you right away. There's a rear gate to the southeast. Leto's the guard there. Slip him a couple of gold pieces, he'll let you in.
Thanks.
Alright, so they do just tell you matter of fact, so you don't need to do any of the opening stuff. Not wide robes, white robes. If they go into the swamp, they become brown robes. So yes, we can explore the ruins early, even though that guy says not to. You don't stop us. I don't remember much about this one. Oh, there's one of them war crickets. Those guys are the bastards. I think you can cheese this one, though. I don't remember if you can get through the gates. Maybe not. Wow, there's a terrible shot. Hey! Forgot about those. I was focused on the cricket. What do you mean, Val? That's how you do it the cool way. I mean, Skyrim did it. Yeah, I can't tell if they're getting through or not. I don't remember what... Okay, so this one, I think, disables the trap. Yep, alright, so they don't actually seem to get through, even though it looked like they were. Oh, they do. Just doesn't seem to actually hit them. Hey, ugly. I can't tell if anything's happening. He might just not be aggroing.
Last arrow.
Ah, dang it. Alright, well, screw that noise. I will say a lot of the dungeon music in this game is where Kai Rosenkranz seemed to be the least inspired. Ow. Okay, so enemies get quite tough this early on. Which is why you're meant to do things in the intended order. Owie! Ow. We lose. Yeah. He's, apparently involved with the remake now. Yes, this is the last one he did for Piranha Bytes. Nope. Bjorn himself did the soundtrack for both Elix games. Which is why they both suck. Honestly, Elix 1 I didn't mind, it just wasn't interesting. For some reason Elix 2 honestly put me to sleep most of the time. Honestly, the reason it stuck with me is because the trailers for Risen 2 and Risen 3, there was one guy, I'm not sure if he worked for Deep Silver, but he had a, like, British accent, and he did the overdubs for all the German voiceovers in the trailers and, like, the vlogs and stuff. And he pronounced it as Piranha Bytes. So it's become one of those things where I deliberately mispronunciate it. So Elix 1 was just too janky. It, again, tried to do too much. It wasn't as much of a trash fire as Gothic 3. But just didn't do anything good enough to be interesting. Ah, good to know. We are kindred spirits. No, especially Elix 2. Elix 2 is hilariously stupid. Let's drink this nice, refreshing barrel of water that looks like it's already got mildew on top. Delicious Legionnaire's disease. Anyway, let's talk to Jan.
Hey, you there. What are you doing here?
This is the only occasion in any, I think, any of the, what you call it? Genome Engine games where a character can have a weapon drawn in conversation.
Whoa, keep calm. I'm no threat.
I'm the one with the sword, and so I'll decide that.
I literally have the
Let's
same
try
sword.
Again. What are you doing here?
I don't exactly know where I am.
Right now, you're on the wrong end of my sword. Things becoming any clearer yet?
The boat I was on sank. I landed on the beach.
So, one of the crew survived the storms, eh? We'd heard it was just the Inquisitor. You don't look like you're with the Inquisition.
I was a stowaway.
On an Inquisition ship? You're lucky they didn't catch you and throw you overboard, or worse, turn you into one of them. Someone or something is looking out for you. And I ain't gonna mess with that. But don't stretch your luck. The White Robes catch you here, you'll be in trouble. If you want my advice, then find yourself a good weapon. You won't get far without one. There may be something around here. Have a look. Come back to me when you found something.
And the character models just don't look good in this game. The fact that they have no expressions whatsoever makes them extra creepy to look at. There's a chest upstairs, the key's in there because people just don't know how to hide keys. Got some delicious chicken that has been in this hut for God knows how long. And a first proper weapon, and a map. So you don't have a map until you find this one, apparently. And the map interface is fucking awful. Because, I mean, granted you can still move around, but it just means the cursor stays on the screen the whole time. And trying to move the cursor means you move your character. So we have a world map. I think it does fill out as you explore more? Or is this like a deliberately unfinished? Oh yeah, that's an unfinished one. So you can get a full map later on. It's your favorite? Ugh. No, see, I used to be much more forgiving of Gothic 3, but after the walkthrough I did, that completely murdered any patience I have for ambitious design that goes horribly wrong. Pegasus? Ow. Everything's so shaky. Is that just a camera or is that like an earthquake? Well, like I said, I still played it a lot when I was younger, but once I basically was at the point where I noticed a large shift in my perspective occurred when I had the money that I needed to buy games and less time to play them. The reason I kept replaying old games and playing a lot of mods for games is because when I was in school, I had nothing but free time. At least in times when I wasn't in class. But I had no money, so I just kept replaying games and like modding them to find different ways to play it. But now that I have more than enough money basically to buy any games I want to play, but I don't have much time to play them, I'm getting sick of games that feel like a massive waste of time.
I found this sword.
Good. I hope you know how to use it.
What can you tell me about this place?
What do you want to know?
Yeah, I mean, Risen 1, I think, had even less variety, because I'm pretty sure most faces don't have, like, even hair color variations. Risen 2 and 3 did. You could find a character who looked the same, but he had blonde hair instead of brown.
There's a girl came ashore with me. She's in an abandoned house to the south.
South? Must be the old shipwrecker's house. I'll head that way later. If she's there, I'll take her somewhere safe.
I mean, I did, but I was, like, sketchy about doing it. Like, they were probably fake stories, but I heard stories when I was on my college campus of people getting caught pirating stuff and getting expelled for it. So I never really did while I was at school. That is true, Orbaron. I forgot about that. I always talk to him first, so I forgot that was even an option. I could only play Gothic 1 by pirating it. Because it wasn't even out on Steam, and even on Steam, it wasn't out unless you bought one of the other games. So, yeah, it was a while before I could play it. I think I finally got it legitimately because it finally came out on Steam, packaged with...
Stop shouting at napping!
Hello, come on, bruh. Thank you for following. Finally came out on Steam, packaged with Arcania. And that was how I finally got it legitimately.
Looks like I'm going to be stuck here for a while.
Anywhere I can get some food or pick up some gold?
Ha! Not round here, at any rate. I just asked for this post so I can watch the storms.
Actually, that's not true.
Amazing
Now that I think
things
about it.
when they blow past.
A friend of mine gave me a
Strange
copy
how
of
they
it
never come inland.
because he had bought
A
it,
few weeks ago, I would have sent
didn't
you to
really like
Harbour
it,
Town.
and I said, "Oh, I really want to play that finally." So he gave
Why
it to
not?
me.
It's full of Inquisition. Protecting those ruins and recruiting for the damn White Robe cult at the monastery. I'm with the Don myself.
I didn't buy
We're the
Arcania
only
to get
ones that are
Gothic. I
still
bought
free.
Arcania to get Arcania
Living in a camp in the middle
and
of a swamp.
was let down
But
by it.
freedom's freedom. I'd head to the swamp. See if the Don will take you in. Or try your luck in Harbour Town. Just stay away from the monastery.
Ah, classic. Freedom is more important than living well, I guess. I can empathize, but Arcania playthrough? Why would you ask such a thing? I think Twitch has a policy against self-harm, so no, I can't play it.
So is Harbour Town safe? What are the Inquisition doing there?
Not much at the moment. There are still some of our boys in there. They might help you out. And that White Robe lot probably won't bother you too much. I can show you the way, but believe me, you'd be better off at our camp.
Okay, so we can skip this all and have him take us right there, apparently. Yeah, so we got Gothic 2 on disc, like when it came out in the US. And I remember we found a copy of Gothic 1. But by the time I went around to, like, actually play it, it wasn't in that store anymore. No, they both violate that policy.
You mentioned a monastery. What happens there?
The last place you want to be. It's where the Inquisition train their recruits. Brainwash them. Stay well away from there.
What's the Don got to offer me?
Meat, beer, a job. He might even train you as a fighter. You got a sword, after all. Most they'll let you have up at the monastery is a staff. Just a big stick. That's not a real weapon.
I mean, you ask anybody on my Discord, and apparently Forsaken Gods is the superior game just for the comedic element. It's never confirmed, but there are characters, like, you meet characters who are formerly Don's men who are, like, completely balls deep in the, Inquisition propaganda. So that's where the, brainwashing theme comes up, and it's kind of left to your decision whether or not that's actually true. Alright, so we'll have him lead us to the camp in a moment. BRB. I don't really agree, Orbaron. It was ill-conceived. It basically just took existing characters and created a conflict out of them.
Make sure you stay alive.
I have succeeded so far, barring one spike incident. We can have him lead me there, but let's explore. I don't think there's any truly interesting loot. There's just plants and some occasional garbage. There's some pigs up there. So I like the fact that this game does what other games don't, which is it gives you a lot of freedom to go anywhere you want. And the barriers are all just basically enemies. The difficulty of the enemies you encounter. So we can go straight for that beach over there. We could go into the big swamp in the east if we wanted to. We could even cross the bridge to the Geiger Island. Ow, the pain. Do we have to learn sneak in this game? We do. So yeah, that's not something I can do yet. Although the Inquisition who attack you don't really tend to aggro on you until you get within, like, talking distance. So I could see that being a possibility. That's the wrong way. I mean, anyone who says Elden Ring is revolutionary is fucking stupid for its open world design. But what I do respect it for is the fact that it isn't the standard template of open world design these days, which is crammed full of bullshit, like collectibles and copy-paste like bandit camps and watchtowers and all that shit. Hello, Wolf. So, like, the fact that it is like, it's one of those games that isn't, you know, a lot of people say it isn't afraid of you missing something. But it also lets you skip so much because it doesn't make anything so important as to be non-optional. Yeah, they're split up. That's dangerous. Ow! Ow! Kind of doesn't really seem to matter if you mess up your combos, because the enemies just tend to stand there and take it anyway. Yeah. Shifty little buggers, ain't you? Oh, so close. Got him. I was greedy. I feel like the hitbox in this game are better than I expected. They're not as wide as your typical Piranha Bytes game.
Oh, man.
Well, pardon you. Ow! So close. I can't die now. I just beat the wolves. Nailed it. Game of the year for last year? How many new releases did I even play? Let's take a look. I can't tell if YouTube chat just went quiet or it broke. I think it just went quiet. Anyway, let's see. Yep. Helix 2 and Elden Ring. That's all I got from last year. So I guess it's Elden Ring. By default. Oh, get yourself ready, Theo. And nothing stood out to me. I should probably save after that epic showdown. Honestly, as janky as... Oh, God. Oh, that's a... Nope, that's just a standard wolf. Another pack of wolves, damn it. Or pair of wolves. As janky as dodging and everything is, the AI of monsters, much like Gothic 2, is predictable enough to deal with it. Doesn't help that they seem to have the AI thing where they don't attack at the same time. So when you start dealing with NPCs or anything that uses an actual weapon, they're a lot less predictable, because they tend to do an inconsistent number of combo attacks. They have the ability to block, sometimes parry. So they aren't just resorting to quick step dodging as their defense. What's this man talking about fish? One thing I will say, Risen had the best, like, ambient dialogues between NPCs. Because they actually had a lot, like, that they said.
The one they say. Then they say a lot of things. At least so we claim.
Hard to hear, but...
Dead before he hit the ground. Brain was dead a long time before.
Yeah, they actually seem to have, like, a call and response thing. They aren't just looping random bits of dialogue. Like, some of their responses... Oh boy, never mind. I'm out of here. They actually seem to respond to each other.
And don't come back.
I won't. They have, like, actual responses. Oh, God.
Halt!
Jesus, that was loud. There's not a safe way through. Go boingus. Ow. Yeah, not enough talk about mud crabs or if you've got stones. Seems like something's still after me.
You can't get away from me.
Oh, there's no bed in here. Oh, shit! Oh, never mind. I thought he was fighting Yan, but he's actually fighting one of the pigs. Let me get them to despawn. Oh, never mind. He's still spawned. I just don't want him to kill my pigs. I want the XP. Yeah, I wonder what would happen. I'm not sure if any NPCs besides, like, the Inquisitor and stuff have God mode. Oh, he killed the pig anyway. What a dick. I feel like I was in the middle of a thought. Oh, yeah. Since everything after Risen 1 basically had nothing in the way... Oh, he's killing all the pigs! Maybe he'll die.
The flame will not fail us.
How wounded is he? Not enough. Alright, I'm still in the meats. Oh yeah, so like there's no dialogue, ambient dialogues between NPCs, which is kind of one of the biggest things that makes Risen 2 through Elix 2 feel so dead.
All right, show me the way to your camp.
Good man. Follow me.
I don't think they do, Val. I mean, they look pretty scummy on top, so...
Look to the north. You see the ruins sticking out of the ground?
Yeah, I've seen ones like that before.
Well, the White Robes set up a camp there. If you're smart, you won't be seen up there. Otherwise, you'll be snatched up and taken to the monastery. Do you want to be a slave or a free man?
You're really hammering this home, aren't you?
Sorry. You're right, you're your own man. Free to do what you like. Come on. It isn't much further.
Pardon? Yes, we've experienced their hostility. They're in the town, Orbaron.
If you follow the path north, you'll come to our camp. And watch out for the hunters. The lazy beggars are always trying to get others to do their work for them.
Thanks for your help.
You've been through
Oh,
enough.
well,
You
there's
deserve
no
a
such
bit of
thing.
kindness. I'm sure I'll see you around.
This must have been like an uninhabited island that was just colonized by somebody at some point. Which it begs the question. One thing they never really establish is... Well, first of all, they don't really establish the kingdom that well. There's references to the kingdom, but not much. And... begs the question. We've had that discussion, yes. Raises the question. Like, what is the deal with the kingdom? Because we never hear much about it, and we don't know what this island's relation to it is. Because this seems to be basically a self-governed island. Seeing as the Don and his men were the only, like, authority around here. There's no sign that they pay, like, no mention that they pay taxes or anything, or even defended by the kingdom. Yeah, like in Risen 2, they mention the existence of a king, but they just call him the king. He's not an NPC you ever meet, and there's not more than like 5 lines of dialogue about it. So, no idea.
Hey, you.
Doug.
Where do you think you're going?
What business is it of yours?
Hey, I was just...
That was the
messing
most
with you.
aggressive this
It's a
man
bit
has ever
boring
gotten.
around here. Well, apart from the rotworms. I'd stay on the walkway and not go too far out into the swamp. Believe me, being eaten by those creatures is not the way a man should go. Hang on, I think I've got a map somewhere you can have. Although by the looks of you, you could do with a better weapon.
Man, I've had like 4 weapons since I got here, and everyone tells me they're shit.
Where can I get a better weapon?
Depends on what
Well,
you're after.
don't jump the gun
Some
there.
swear by a good blade.
Or
Others
Baron.
prefer the heft of an axe. I'm a hunter, so I favour a bow and arrow. I've got a couple of nice specimens here, actually. For the right price, I'm sure I could part with 1 or 2.
What do you need so many bows for?
I'm new around here. Got swept in with the tide. What can you tell me about this place?
Ah, I see. Well, then there are a few things you should know. This whole swamp area...
Yeah, I don't
from
know
here
why
to the temple in
the
north,
movement sound of
it's
the
run by
routworms
Don
is
Esteban,
such a
our
squishy,
leader.
chewy
I wouldn't
sound.
mess with him if I were you. He's got some fighters working for him that'd break your jaw as happy as look at you.
What do you hunt in the swamp?
Less and less. There are only a few beasties. They may look unappetizing, but you'd be surprised what our cook can do. About the only thing left big enough to feed us all is this large worm over to the west.
Sounds like you guys are in a hot pickle here.
I really need help.
If you're already running out of food.
Probably a bit of help to keep him down after I've eaten him too.
Wait, what? I never even... What? I never even saw that in the, I didn't see that message get held up. For some reason, I'm not a moderator of my own channel right now.
How about I help you hunt this worm?
Oh, that's good of you. Tell you what, if we kill that thing together, I'll give you 30 gold. I hope you're well prepared. Don't want your death on my conscience.
30 gold. That's the same price as killing a damn dragon snapper.
What can you tell me about the temple?
Came up from the ground about the time these storms started, and all these beasts came out of it. Never seen the like before. Indescribable they are. Our fighters soon sorted them out. I doubt there's much still alive in there. Well, apart from the Don. He's moved into the temple now. Don't see him very often. No one really knows what he's doing in there. Me, I say hunt, kill, and don't ask too many questions.
Now stop having thoughts.
So, you haven't always been here in the swamp?
Nah, we used to have the whole of Harbour Town until the Inquisition came. All their magic and robes and stuff. They pushed us out here. Between you and me, I think the Don's pride took a bit of a knock. He hasn't been the same since. Most folks hate this place, but I like the fresh air. New things to hunt.
Yes, that fresh,
Always
boggy
felt too
air.
cooped up in town.
What are rotworms?
They can't really be described.
Indescribable they are.
They're like giant, rotting worms. You can ask Ricardo in the camp.
What else can you tell me about the Inquisition?
Same as everyone else, really. Don't get too close to them, or you'll find yourself dragged off to that monastery. They're not right in the head. I think they do something to them up there. I'm keeping well away. I advise you to do the same.
Because this game has that thing that I see in so many games lately where when things get further from the camera, they get a weird grainy filter over them. I don't understand why. I do have depth of field off, but that wouldn't be what that is.
So, what's your boss doing in the temple?
I couldn't say for sure, but he's become very keen on collecting gold at the moment. He's got diggers working these ruins, and he always gives them a share. He's good like
He didn't
that.
describe them very well,
Maybe
did
he's
he?
planning on trying to take back Harbour Town.
He pretty much
Gold
just
commands
described
a lot
them
of
by
power
their
up
name.
here. Maybe even more than the Inquisition with their damn cult.
It's a lot of games. I think it's just some weird LOD sort of thing. But it always happens so up close.
Come on, let's go kill this rot worm.
That's the
Dithering.
spirit. Right.
Hither and dither.
Ready your weapon and stay close to me.
Weapon readied. I don't remember if this is one of those cases where you get less credit
Get in there!
if you don't actually, like, deal any damage to it. I doubt it, because these games never really determine things by damage. I'm just reminded of Grimbald in Gothic 2. Who would basically call you a bitch if you didn't kill a single snapper when you went hunting together, even though he could kill them in like 2 seconds. Oops, I think I just hit him in the back. Yeah, considering that a lot of the names are generic, I'm not really sure why they had to. Obviously, these are the analog to swamp sharks. Sting rats are the analogs to mole rats. Sea vultures the analog to scavengers. Yeah, he does, but he gives you a lot of credit if you kill most of the things.
See, that's what being a hunter is all about.
The grave moths are
Buzz of
obviously
the
the
kill.
blood flies,
Made my week, that
and the
has.
wolves are wolves.
I've killed that worm. You don't need to worry about it.
One less worm is no bad thing. Here, have 30 gold for your trouble.
This game
Hey,
definitely...
If you're going to the camp, can you take this raw meat? with
Hunter
you?
is a
They
hunter.
always need food there. Just give it to Rachel.
A
the
hunter
cook.
must hunt.
I'm gonna stay here. See if
Meat bugs, yeah, you get the snails. Not a lie. Which was always weird to me, because a nautilus is an ocean creature. Well, I can't cook his meat, because then it doesn't solve the quest. But this game does do what Gothic 3 did, which is... Every quest that has, like, multiple parts, there tend to be individual quests. So we do the bit where we help him hunt the worm, and that solves that quest, and then actually killing the worm is another quest that gets solved separately. Yeah, well, nautiluses don't have legs either. I guess they're more like hermit crabs.
Hey,
Hey,
Aye.
any trouble today?
no,
Nah.
Expecting any?
nah,
Nah.
Must be fun being a guard.
not really.
What exactly do you guard in a swamp?
Flies, the smell, the dawn.
The dawn.
Back there in that temple. But my post is here, in the swamp.
Classic
Sounds like
Ricardo.
an important job. What is there around here that people need guarding from?
You must have seen them.
Seen what?
Those things.
Things?
The things from the ruins.
There are ruins everywhere.
The ones that came up from the ground. The ground is warped or something.
Do you talk to a lot of British people, Val?
That's where these things are.
Yeah. They're all over that excavation site in the middle of the swamp.
And?
They make me nervous.
Why?
They're disgusting.
Uh-huh.
I will say, after having played Arcolos and being annoyed by the NPC like sound effects, stuff like the breathing when these guys are smoking, God, that gets on my nerves. It's so obtrusive. Obtrusive, intrusive. Obtrusive? Is that a word? I don't know.
You ever have any problems with
I don't
the
speak that
locals?
well English.
Locals. They give you any trouble, you just smack them around.
Or you could try talking to them. Who's in charge here?
I like how when a dialogue ends, if the
Done.
animation
Right.
isn't finished, they just carry through.
You don't talk much.
What do I want to talk for? I don't know you.
Where is the Don?
In the temple.
Is he religious?
Ha!
So what does he do in there?
Avoids being out here.
Makes sense.
Getting anything out of you is like pulling teeth.
That's why I make such a good guard.
Really? Because you let me walk right in here. You didn't seem to be any at all concerned with it.
All right, let's try this question. Tell me more about these things. The ones in the excavation site.
They're disgusting. Big insect things. I wish someone would get rid of them.
I can.
Okay.
You must have picked up some skills to be a guard.
I know how to fight, and I can handle a crossbow.
Can you train me?
To fire a crossbow? All right. But it will cost you.
Let's do that.
I'd need paying. Say 30 gold coins.
30? Yeah. It's worth that to get rid of those things. They're disgusting.
Keep my gold warm.
Man, all the monsters around here are either disgusting or indescribable. Also, me being pedantic again, look at the edging of the shield and how the wood goes beyond it. Like that, the whole point of a rim around a shield is to protect it from damage when it gets like a strike to the edge. So just hammering a ring that's not even the same diameter as the shield itself isn't going to protect it much. Also, shield edging used to be leather and not metal, because shields get damaged too easily, they get lost, so they didn't really make them out of more precious materials than they needed to be.
What are you doing up here?
Hiding.
Doesn't anyone do anything in this camp?
Don't get me wrong, I'm a worker. Man of the earth, me. There's nothing fancy about moving soil
I don't
round,
think that's a banjo.
but work is what I do best.
Tell me about your work.
About digging? Well, like I say, it may be dirty work, but someone's got to do it. You fancy trying? Just look for a sandy spot in one of the excavation sites, then you stick your shovel in the ground and dig. Who knows? You might even find something.
Ah, but digging is its own reward, is it not?
So, what are you hiding from?
Work.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, I'd like to be working, only I can't. You see all these huge insects turned up at the excavation site. I'm not going back to work while they're still there. I like my job, but I'm not going to die for it.
Coward.
Which fighters are responsible for protecting the excavation site?
Just Ricardo, but I've not seen him there for a while. Don't think he cares much about us workers.
He'll care if the work doesn't get done, and he ends up doing it.
I get the feeling that won't happen.
I'll take...
You? That...
Do you see any here?
Sorry,
though?
I'm skipping dialogues because I'm
I'll
getting
take care
impatient.
of it. I'll have a word with him.
Okay. But don't tell him I told you. He's almost as bad as those creatures.
What do you say if I kill chickens?
I don't want trouble.
Well, that was daft.
He just thinks it was daft. But me, I think it's dinner. Alright, I can't fry all the meat because some of it's part of a quest.
Looks good.
You know, that's, one thing they were generally pretty good at is that the characters all, like, referenced each other. And it did feel more like a community rather than just a bunch of NPCs plopped down somewhere. Which is pretty much what, Elix always felt like. Do we have a shovel? I don't think so. We got gold. Let's see. Yes, gutting animals is still a skill, but it's interesting in this game. Instead of learning how to take individual trophies, there's a global skill for it, and you just find the tools to do specific things. Yeah, and likewise, I like that the shield is just added to the slot for the weapon. It is kind of weird that they force weapons into 1 and 2, like how Gothic 1 and 2 had it, I guess. But that just be how it is. It means you can't have multiple weapons in multiple slots, but I guess there weren't many occasions in Gothic 3 where that was helpful, except if you were a mage and used magic staffs, because they weren't very good weapons.
Aren't you supposed to be protecting the excavation site in the swamp?
I am.
The worker, Brannan. He
We
says
weren't
he's
supposed to
been
mention
waiting
him by
forever
name.
for you.
I don't care about workers.
I can see why they made you a guard.
I don't think you can, Val. Let's see. Oh, you can. Oh.
Put that weapon away. That was the right choice.
It does just put it... It does make... So, unfortunately, that means it takes up 2 slots. Every weapon takes up 2 slots. So I guess if you have, like, a powerful weapon that you want to, like a powerful 2-handed weapon, since you can eventually learn how to wield 2-handed weapons one-handed. But you want to keep a shield weapon for more dicey situations. Disgusting. Hello. Ow, the pain. Pretty straightforward. One thing I do like, although we have to find a shovel first, I keep forgetting. There's one over there. The spots where you dig don't stand out that much, so you actually have to be pretty observant for it. It's just anywhere you see this sort of square of loose-looking soil.
A little more for me.
Well, you have to watch this fucking animation every time. No, I think they were the same difficulty as the grave moths we fought earlier. Vana, is there any mod or anything that we can use to skip this animation? If you're still around. Also, my broken ankle again. And we get the Ring of the Axe Fighter. I don't consider it tolerable in the long run. The more you have to do it, the more frustrating it gets. I do agree with that, Val. I wish there was a bit more reliable in getting that to work, but it's not that difficult. But frankly, it doesn't really matter that much. Not a lie. God, I can't even one-hit these things. So I guess the damage you deal is reduced by increased difficulty, because I don't remember any of these harmless critters taking more than 1 hit. Anytime I played on normal in the past. So I think this is the same ambiance they used in the Swamp of Jarkandar. There are a lot of shovels here. Alright, well, I'm going to use the restroom while he's doing this. BRB.
Oh, man.
Chapter 2? Is there a lot of digging in Chapter 2? I thought there was more... I don't remember. I know you gotta find the keys, but I thought there were only like 2 that were buried. Ah! So squenchy. It was, but it's kind of a shame that being chummy with Romanov doesn't change the outcome at all. Like, no matter what, it becomes an antagonist. Anyway, your shit is dealt with.
Job done. You needn't worry about those things in the excavation site anymore.
You killed them? Right. 30 gold coins, wasn't it? Worth every one.
Thanks.
30 cold groins.
Pleasure talking to you.
Right.
I'll look forward.
You can settle it peacefully, but that's just by agreeing to do what he says. As opposed to, like, actually negotiating it. And again, that outcome doesn't change depending on how you dealt with him in the city.
I'm afraid none of the fighters will come to help you.
Oh, yeah. I thought so. The fighters, they aren't very keen on fighting. Thanks for trying, though.
You can go back to work. The insects are gone.
Are they really gone?
Gone. Dead. Deceased.
Okay. You seem like the honest type. I best be getting back to work then.
I realize that's the first of at least 2 times in this game where he kind of has that exchange where he offers many paraphrases for the word dead. Because they have a history together, Don and Romanov. Like, they often... Basically, Romanov is a VIP in the Don City, which is why he was arrested by the Inquisition.
Hey.
I've not seen you before. Who are you? A fresh-faced young man eager to experience the thrill of an outlaw's life?
Maybe.
I can't think why else you'd be here. There are warm alehouses and welcoming brothels in the town. Food and indoctrination at the monastery.
Ah, so many choices.
Are you a woodcutter for the camp?
Just because I'm cutting wood doesn't mean I'm a woodcutter. Actually,
Yeah, just
I'm
like a
hunter.
fighter doesn't fight.
My lads and I
apparently.
provide meat for the camp.
So you lead the hunters?
Normally, yeah, but as you can see, I've got vital woodcutting work to do. So right now, my hunters are running wild like free spirits. Or they think they are.
Shouldn't you get someone else to cut the wood?
I'd love to, believe me. But Brogar would nail me to a tree if I left this wood unsawn.
Brogar.
One of the Don's lieutenants, the leader of the fighters, a, shall we say, powerful, single-minded man.
I never understood why the word is spelled lieutenant, but somehow pronounced lieutenant.
And you're his personal woodcutter.
British English
For my
is weird.
sins,
Why does he want you to do it?
I tangled with him, and now I have to pay. We live by Brogar's laws out here.
Brogar's laws, not the Don's.
The Don wants me to hunt, Brogar wants his fire stoked. You judge who's really in charge.
Why don't you stand up to Brogar?
Him and all his fighters, you mean?
So everyone's afraid of him.
You clearly haven't met him yet. Then you'd understand. He's over there. Go and introduce yourself. Then decide whether you'd stand up to him.
I don't think we ever truly get a like hut here, but nobody ever seems to mind if I take this one. So that's what I'm doing. Sam's our best friend, I guess. Yeah, he's definitely the most forthcoming. I do like what's his name? Lucas, the drunk out in the swamp. That is true.
Hey.
Did I look like I wanted to talk to you?
Whoa there. Someone shoot your dog?
Stupid and mouthy don't wash well round here, especially not from workers.
Seems to be working for you.
You must be new round here. I'll tell you what, since you're new in this pond, little fish, I'll cut you a break. But after that, your bones will get the breaks. You hearing me? See, folks around here do what I say. Now enough questions. I'm hungry. Bring me a haunch of fried meat from Rachel, the cook up by the smithy. Bit snooty, but a looker. The Don's a lucky man. Of course, with him in that temple all the time, she might need a bit of company.
Yeah, he's not really given the treatment. Because you can, and it's been typical of Crown by schemes lately, you can be as much of a smartass as you want with him, and he doesn't do anything about it because they really want you to go through with all the quests he has. As opposed to like Gothic 1, where if you're a smartass to a tough guy, he just beats the shit out of you, and that's that. But we don't get that anymore. Also, can I just point out, his fucking beard has never made sense to me. I'm not sure we can get a good look. Yeah. Like... It... can't get a good look. Jesus! This camera is just having a time. Take a close look. Like, it doesn't go down to the end of his chin. I mean, he's got a colossal chin to begin with. But it's also got, like, a weird, like, cornrow thing going on. That makes no sense. And in this light, it's just hard to tell because it's not that different from his flesh color. Hello, Otis. But it's just so weird looking, and I hate looking at this man.
Waif and stray looking for pity? Or fortune hunter looking for gold? Looks like I've got another mouth to feed.
Are you the cook?
Amongst other things, you have to be adaptable in these times. One day you've a sword in your hand, the next, a ladle. And the cooking relaxes me. If you call stirring wild boar and bruggelweed cooking. Sorry.
Hey, if you
forgot
took
my
ingredients
manners.
and you added heat,
I'm
that's
Rachel.
cooking.
Here, new mouth, take this meat. Freshly cooked.
Delicious.
Rogar wants a haunch of fried meat.
And he sent you to get it for him? Lazy devil. Well, I've already given you some meat, so you can sort Rogar
But that's
out
mine.
yourself.
I need to talk to the Don.
Join the queue. I'm thinking of joining it myself. You can talk to me. When Esteban's busy, and he's always busy, I'm in charge.
Noted.
Is this Lena Headey? She voices Patty. This Rachel doesn't sound that familiar. Are they... Did she also voice Rachel? I didn't think she did, and for some reason it doesn't sound the same. Then again, at this point I'm mostly used to her as Cersei Lannister.
But can you get me in to see him?
No. Look, he needs time alone to think. I'm always having to turn people away.
It really doesn't
even
sound
his
like
good
her,
friends. Why would I make an exception for a newcomer?
You mean apart from my rugged good looks?
Believe me, I've seen better.
Oh, I
Unless
see
you
how
have
it is.
something really important for the Don, you aren't going to get to see him. I don't like the situation. I'm his wife and I don't get to see him. But it's his wishes, and we have enough trouble around here
Otis,
without
don't touch
looking
it.
for more. Oh, you're back, are you? Well, what do you want this time?
Aren't I supposed to give you meat?
How are things around here?
Perfect. I don't know why we didn't move out of the town into the swamp earlier. The Inquisition are sucking the life out of the town, but this swamp is sucking the
Yeah,
life
it became
out
an
of us.
emo twat.
We used to be close, all of us. Everyone made their share, worked for their share. Now it's falling apart. And with Esteban in that damn temple, I'm the one trying to hold it together.
Can I help?
And why would you want to do that? What do you want, new mouth? Lazy
I have a
cutthroats,
name, you know.
idle thieves,
I
and
just don't remember what it
mosquitoes.
is.
Why do you want in on this?
Why do you think things are falling apart here?
It's those ruins. They've got everyone's mind on treasure. Even my Esteban. The whole place is being dug up. Although I'm certain that not everything that's being found is being delivered to the camp. Esteban makes sure that all the workers get a share of the gold. He's very fair like that. But someone is looking to line their own pockets.
Oh, someone. Whoever could it be?
You think the Don is losing control?
He's a complicated man. The Inquisition's takeover of Harbour Town shook him up badly. All we've got is this place, and it's fragile, especially at the moment. I really don't need someone stirring up trouble.
Who do you think it is lining their own pockets? And what would happen to them if you knew who it was?
He'd be dead. Esteban's not a forgiving man.
So it seems. You sound like you need help. What if I help out?
You do that. But, well, if you really want to stick your hand in this beehive, you're welcome to. We can certainly use the help. Everything seems to have ground to a halt. Go to the camp lieutenants and see what sort of problems they're having. That should help you get a picture of what's happening here. Maybe we can root out the source of this rot before it reaches Esteban.
About your camp. I was told you're short of food. You need more meat?
Finally, someone who wants to do some work. Yes, I need 10 haunches of raw meat.
Oh, I got a
Bring me
haunch
the
for
meat,
you.
And I'll put a little gold your way.
I never say no to gold.
Here's your go.
Here, 10 haunches of meat, as requested.
Thanks. These are pretty good cuts. Looks like you've got a skill for hunting. Here's your gold.
Hunting doesn't pay that well, then.
Take it or leave
Everything's
it.
30
That's
gold.
what you're
I don't
getting,
remember
and it's
everything
enough to
being
fill your
rewarded with
stomach
exactly 30
or get you
gold.
drunk. Your choice.
But apparently it do.
So who are the lieutenants here?
If you can't find that out yourself, how are you going to help me? Just go and talk to everyone. You'll find them. You'll soon see who's in charge and who thinks they are.
Can't remember, does Oscar have the same face as Brogar? Now his beard is more complete, but it still looks weird. Everyone's so cartoonish in this game. The basic anatomy looks so
Don't
strange
just
when you think
stand
about
around. Be off with you.
it. Be off with me.
Are you the local blacksmith?
Blacksmith? I look like I spend my days making fucking horseshoes. I'm a
What even
builder,
is a horse in this
gilder,
universe?
A worker of fine metal, and I'm not looking for an apprentice, particularly one that
Pretty
doesn't
sure
know
all
the
the
difference
Smiths are
between a
practically
metalworker
identical.
and a smith.
They're also the only ones with the fat body type.
Do I look like an apprentice?
You don't look like you've got the coin to be a customer. What you want?
I always did like Oscar. He's a bit of an asshole, but with a heart of gold, I guess.
Do you need help? I'm looking for work.
No one here looks for work. The only thing people here look for is gold. And you don't look like you're any different.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't work if it didn't pay. Kinda is what it's all about.
Do you work with gold?
Gold. Gold. Nothing but gold. You just see the money in it, don't you? Well, there's no point you thinking about getting wealthy here. Every crumb of gold out there belongs to the Don.
Really? He just owns it, but leaves it in the swamp?
Everyone has to give their gold to the Don.
If you know what's healthy for you, once a month you have to take the Don his share.
And how much is his share?
You see anyone round here looking wealthy?
Not unless mud is the local currency.
Well, you
Classic.
should see the gold he has in his temple. Hordes of it. Ha! I can see that look in your eye. Fancy a slice, do you? You'll end up in pieces with those thoughts in your head.
How do I get to see the Don?
What do you want to see the Don for? Try standing on a tree outside the temple. You're not going to get closer than that.
There must be some way to see the Don. Something he wants.
If it doesn't glitter, he doesn't give a toss. I wouldn't be surprised if one day he had his wife gold-plated.
Is there something he wants?
Regular
then?
Midas, ain't he?
Something in gold he doesn't have.
We found a sword pommel. Beautiful bit of work. Supposed to belong to some garrison commander before he pissed off an ogre. You find the blade for that pommel, the Donna kiss your hairy ass. Fuck it, I would too.
How promising.
I'm looking for new...
Looking is for losers. Paying gets you the goods.
I'll find the blade the Don wants.
You want to look for it, be my guest. But you take one piece of that blade for yourself, one bit of glittering gold, I'll hear about it.
I wouldn't dream of it.
For the record, first of all, gold makes a terrible weapon because it's too soft. So it can't really hold an edge, and it'll just bend every time you hit something with it. Second of all, I'm pretty sure if a blade is broken into pieces, you can't just stick it back together. You would basically have to melt it down and reforge it. There's no way to get the ends back together. They didn't have welding technology back in the day.
Where can I find this sword blade the Don wants?
If you believe the stories, the ogre dragged the garrison commander off where those temple ruins are. If anyone has found anything there, they're bound to shoot their mouth off. Particularly seeing as those bits of blade will be covered in gold. There's a pisshead called
Lewis, that was his name.
Reckoned he'd seen something, but he's a sack of shit.
How dare you?
So you want to restore the sword for the Don?
If I can get all the pieces. Can't do jack shit without all the pieces.
What have you got to trade?
Alright, let's just start pawning off stuff. We get money pretty easily in this game, at least early on, from what I remember. But it is funny to me that this is the only game they've ever done that has partial, like, money. Like, these are worth 2/10 of a gold piece. I don't know. That kind of amuses me. Yeah, I don't think that would work very well for a sword, because wouldn't that would soften up the it would soften up the base metal too much, wouldn't it? So at that point you were basically reforging it anyway. Alright, so we want to keep one of those two tools. We want to keep the frying pan. We don't need the broom. Saw isn't actually used for anything important. I don't think you need any of these monster trophies unless you're making scrolls or something. Because unlike Gothic 3 and stuff, I don't think you need these for like making weapons for no apparent reason. I do think the dialogue in this game is good. I still prefer that Gothic 1 and 2 had the American voice actors, because it made it so distinct from most fantasy games. That's true, but you don't buy them back at the same price. But if they're gonna have, like, British voice actors, I like that they're all kind of, like, rough and tumble sounding characters. Hello! Could not have been so cavalier. Otis, please stop poking me. Owie. Otis, go lay down. Xbox 360. How was that? Because I heard that version sucks. I guess Val, but unlike Gothic 1 and 2, they don't have unique animations. They are just humanoids. I do want to demonstrate something, which is going to be difficult. This guy hits hard. Any NPC, including bog bodies and skeletons. Hello. Nope, couldn't get it. Will make human grunting sounds if you hit them in the back for some reason.
Hey, asshole.
Beg your pardon. Xiaomi. And all those sounds are taken from Gothic 3. I don't understand why they do that. Why do they need special sound effects for being hit in the back? They're pretty easy to stun lock from the back, though. Nailed it. Who's saying what? What's the bog body equivalent? Gothic? I guess, yeah. I mean, the Gothic 3 zombies did wield weapons. It's something, Xiaomi.
to us.
Also, can I just loot this? Will anyone care? Marksmanship. I think Otis is telling me he needs to go out. Maybe I take a break and... it's only 11 o'clock, Otis. It's not even lunchtime. Oh yeah, you're the arena maestro. You were... He seems to be keeling over because I didn't get him his meat on time.
Here, a haunch of fried meat.
Good. You wouldn't want to see me when I ain't been fed.
Got any proper work for me?
Are you actually good for something, little fish?
Easy to be cocky with that weapon and fancy armor of yours.
Nah, it's all the bodies I buried that make me cocky. 2 of my boys are supposed to be guarding the eastern swamp farm, but Clay's been lazing around the campfire. Go and see him. Make sure he takes over from Phil before Phil rots up there. Simple. I'm not losing another man to this fucking swamp.
Another, you say? Does he? Never noticed. So if you just give him meat from your pocket, he'll be like, fuck off? Anyway, this is... You don't have to do anything Brogar says, and he never does anything about it, which kind of bothers me. They didn't have the balls to actually, like, have consequences for antagonizing the big bad meanie.
Get Clay to take over from Phil. Sounds simple enough.
The farm's over to the east. As it's a simple job, I'll assume you'll get it done.
Do you boys do anything other than stand about all day?
They're guarding. What do you expect? When it comes to standing around all day, these guys are the best. Trained killers, though, the lot of them. And if those creatures from the temples march in here, you'll be damn glad of them. So, show a little respect.
Oh yeah, they all suck up to him, but also the fewer men he has, the less protection money he can extort, and that kind of stuff. More work he has to do himself.
The fighters answer to you, right?
Yeah. Most of them owe their lives to me. One way or another, they know not to mess with a big fish.
So you know where
no,
they
there's
are
always a bigger fish.
Of course. Well, usually. One of them has gone missing. Dorgan was on an errand for me, down in the swamps. The pillock's probably got himself lost. Or eaten. Or he's chasing wenches again. Never could keep his mind
Wenches
on
in the
task
swamp.
in hand.
Where'd he dig those out of? I'm pretty sure even if you tell him to do his own work, it doesn't cancel any of the quests, so you can still do them anyway.
Tell you what, you do it yourself.
You got some backbone, haven't you? We'll soon rip that out of you. Boys, give this little fish a lesson in manners. You'll find my lads are tough but fair. Well,
wait.
They're tough.
Hang on now. What? What?
Brogar says.
Oh, here we go.
Time for a little.
Okay, interesting. So I've never actually done this. I was completely wrong.
Let's see some blood.
Fascinating.
Go on.
Let's see how long I can last. You should never dodge to their left side or their right side. The swing always seems to catch you there. Why am I jumping? I was trying to dodge. Retreat. Sip. Oh god. I got stuck.
I've earned this.
Fucking Sam. I don't know why that was so funny. Fucking Domingo beats the shit out of me. Fucking Sam just loots my pocket. Is like, I've earned this. That's hilarious. Finished Gothic 1. You're welcome, Philip. Glad you enjoyed it. Domingo's the only one? He made it sound like all his men. Sam, I've earned this. I should make that a, the sound effect that plays when somebody gives me bits or something.
I'll look for him.
When I get my hands on him, he's gonna be emptying piss pots for the next month.
Man, piss pots? You guys have all the luxuries here, don't you?
Did you know Ricardo isn't at his post? At the swamp excavation site?
You telling tales now?
Just being helpful.
Well, unless you've got orders from me, stay out of my business.
That is true.
What do you want?
Man like you has clearly seen some action.
Well, you know, I don't like to boast, but I've crushed a few heads. If you want to eat here, you have to work. You want a free ride? Try those white robes at the monastery. They'll give you a free ride all the way to their excavation camps. And keep your paws off other people's stuff while you're here, or you'll lose your paws.
I don't know. What do I want?
You were looking at me.
There are a lot of dialogues in this game that
getting to
sound
know
weird if you do them
If you don't know
out
I'm the
of
best
order.
fighter in the camp, then you ain't been here long enough for me to care.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything for us right now. We do have to bribe him with a beer to make him fight us in the arena, from what I remember. And arena fights are one of those tropes I'm getting right sick of in these kind of games. Every game needs to have an arena section in at least one location, usually pretty early on. It's just the most confusing trope. Hello, Sonic. Ow. That's weird. This is a full-sized one.
Yeah. Ah.
The swamp isn't very big, but in this corner of it, for some reason, I find it very confusing.
Hey.
Who are you? What do you want? I'm not going
Enrico.
back. I won't. Tell them I won't.
Tell whom?
Easy, easy. I'm not here to cause trouble.
That's what you expect me to believe. But as soon as my back's turned, you will drag me there, bury me again. Bury me with them.
Bury you again? Somebody's buried you once?
You said you don't want to go back. Back to where?
Hawkins didn't send you. He wants me to go back digging there. But how can I go back? They will take me again.
What do you mean again? Somebody actually buried you? That's so... I don't remember that line.
He's an idiot. A fool. Sending people there with no protection, while he hides safe back in a camp in the north. You won't be safe forever. We have no protection. No way of stopping them.
If you're right, it sounds like we all need protection. Who is them?
Them. The ancients. They're everywhere. Just listen. The screams, the whispering. I wish I couldn't hear it. I wish they weren't speaking to me.
Take a few deep breaths. Relax, okay?
Can't you see? It's all around us. The panic, people dying, the creatures. Can't you see that? They will rise from their graves to avenge themselves on the living. The ruins that have risen from the ground. Who do you think made that happen? And they are but a herald. Soon they will show themselves. Then we will all be doomed.
Something is happening, but I've seen no evidence of spirits.
I can't see anything because there's grass in my eyes.
What whispering? What are you talking about?
It's those temples. Rising from the ground, the voices came from them. Who is it whispering? The ancients. All the things they find, the temples, they're from the ancients. And those idiots want me to dig them up, to desecrate their graves. The ancients have been disturbed. What do you think is causing these storms? And who knows how to fight them? Who knows what can stop them?
Aha.
Oh, what up, Masa? Long time no see. Yeah, these games have a charm, that's for sure. Although, play some Eurojank games like Venetica that definitely go the route of jank. A little too far. Yeah, pretty much. But then again, every ancient like race in these games is either a bunch of lizard people or just like magic elves or something. I can't believe I cannot kill these in one hit. How well can I do against a rotworm, do you wonder? Let's give it a try. They're not too tough. I just know their attack animations are very iffy. Yeah. Alright, I think I gotta let the dog out real quick. He won't stop bugging me. I will be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. Once this loads. BRB. I've never played a single game by Spiders. I know they did... Technomancer did that Greedfall game, I think? And that was like their best received one. What else? I don't remember anything else. They always seem like the kind of developer that is... like... again, good ideas, but just very half-assed execution. That's what it all looked like to me. But I haven't played any of them, so I can't really speak to that. Why are these scurrying? Oh my god, they're so dangerous. Okay, collision with the environment makes dodging very awkward sometimes. I believe these are the ones that Lewis wants me to kill, so we should have talked to him first. That's what it seemed like, because I remember... Sell down now. It's not a pirate RPG, it's more of like a, from what I saw, like a colonial RPG, I guess.
You alone out here?
What?
Are you alone out here?
Yeah, don't yell, I'm deaf. You seen my full of beer glass thing goes smash if you drop it.
You mean a beer bottle?
That's why I said. You got bad hearing, you know that. The bottle was right. It was here. No, here somewhere.
Even his, like, intended drunk inflection is wrong sometimes. Just hilarious.
You're drunk.
I just fed you
so,
and let you out.
I'd rather
Why are you
be
so
dead
me?
drunk than dead, and we're all gonna die soon anyway. You wait. When the white robe shows up, we'll all be as dead dead men.
White robes?
Yeah, the white robes. White! From the
Inquisition?
Yeah. What do white robes want in a swamp? Huh? They'll end up brown robes. Ha! Stinking swamp.
Classic.
Yeah. And what can you tell me about the white robes?
They're everywhere. Came from the sea, from the mainland, and now they're sweeping across the island, wrecking everything.
Have you ever met a white robe?
Are you insane? Huh? I'd run like a stabbed rat if I ever saw one.
I can believe it.
Where's that damn bottle? It's my bottle. Give it back, you stinking swamp.
Don't you think you've had enough?
Enough? Enough? I can't drink enough. Have you been to the Don's camp? I can tell you once you've spent a couple of days there. You'll start on the sauce too, believe me. If you'd been there, you'd be me.
For some reason, his mouth seems to gape more than most characters when he talks.
Why? What's wrong with the camp?
Bunch of total arsehole bastards. Always screwing each other over. I don't trust a single one of them. The worst bastard is Brogar. A nasty piece of work. He's a bastard's bastard.
Tell me more about this Brogar.
The whole damn place is under his thumb. Officially.
Officially?
Officially, yeah. Officially, he's just the boss of the fighters. The Don's lieutenant. But he's more than that. Every man there's terrified of him. Even his shadow's scared of him. Because that Brogar, he wants to replace the Don, doesn't he? Yeah, he does.
Why did you need a fart sound in that? What did that emphasize?
You seem to know a lot about Brogar.
More than you think, and not just about Brogar. You get me more beer, and then I'll really tell you something.
I get you more beer and I'll be lucky to understand you. I'll see what I can do.
I feel like to get as sloshed as this man is, you would need more than just beer.
You could just...
The only friend you've got in this swamp are the mosquitoes. Yeah, and they suck your blood.
Well, he definitely made it sound farty. Then again, if I got my throat slashed, I'd probably fart, among other things. For some reason, I would have sworn I'd have a beer by now to give him. But I guess not. So I love how we're just, like, our default outfit is barefoot. So we're always running around the swamp with no shoes on. Well, yeah, and I'm sure that the nice swampy water is probably full of something fermented that would get him drunk. Bugs. Alright, these are not juvenile ones. And there's so many. Oh, God. Oh, my God, there's so many. Ow! Okay. Ah! It's a bad business.
Make sure you stay alive.
I failed. So we have to get in here, though. I don't know what's the best way to do this. Yeah, it's a little unclear, a little inconsistent. The main thing is that it seems like if you just took a hit to your shield, there's a brief window of vulnerability where somebody else can hit you. Somehow I feel like this dam would not be very good. Also, this is a massive dam for what this lake up above ends up looking like. Yeah, apologies to anyone watching on YouTube. There are Twitch rewards that make noises, but YouTube doesn't have access to those. So if you hear weird little sound clips like that, then that's what that is. A very, very passive-aggressive words of wisdom.
Who are you? You here to relieve me?
Is that your dog back there?
No. I've been waiting for Clay for hours. The
Probably
sod
days at
should
this
have
point.
relieved me long ago.
Where is this Clay?
How should I know? In camp, warm and dry, I expect. If he's not here soon, I'm gonna leave.
Are you one of the fighters here?
I am out here. When we were in the town, well, sleight of hand's more my thing. Combat's for boneheads. I have a few real skills. Sneaking, opening locks, picking pockets. Proper, honest skills. No violence needed.
Sounds good. What are you doing here? Are you standing guard?
Yes, but I shouldn't be. I've been here so long, this godforsaken mud soaked through to my feet.
What are you guarding?
The swamp farmer. Without him, this place would be bleak. Bleaker.
You don't like this place?
Does this look like paradise to you? No
More so than it does
tavern,
downstairs.
Women, just swamp, disease, and mud. Thank the gods for the swamp farmer. At least he brings us our beer.
What's here that's worth stealing?
Not much, really. The problem's more those bloody animals everywhere. We could easily be overrun by wild boar, or worse.
I don't think there are even any boars around here, but you got wolves back there that you don't seem to be concerned with.
New here, right?
It's that easy to tell.
Ah.
This
Don's
guy has
boys
the
already
weirdest
got your
face in the
nerves, eh?
entire game.
They're just
Really
bored.
makes me uncomfortable.
No imagination, you see.
What do you do here?
I tend the bruggelweed here on Robar's farm. It's not the most noble of plants, but it's versatile. You can brew beer with it. You can, should you.
I don't know why his lips are so bright.
It as well. The smoke has special properties, if you know what I mean.
Also, I like how, like, I always knew calling the farmer Robart was obviously a reference to Robar from Gothic. But somehow it just occurred to me recently that's also a reference to Lobart, the farmer from Gothic 2.
What do you know about the Don?
I know
The
enough not to mess
portmanteau
with
of the two people.
We used to be out here all alone, until they swept in and took the place
I mean, the
over.
eyes are
He sticks to his
uncanny on
rules,
every
and he's a
character
good
because they
man,
have no
if a
expressions.
hard taskmaster. Working in the fields.
Well, it's just
isn't
something about
easy,
the
but it gets you away from
stubble
people.
and like the color
Space to
contrast of
think.
this man's face is so weird looking.
Who is Robar?
He's a salt of the earth fellow. He farms this swamp. Well, this field.
Can
You
you sell me
farming
some wheat?
cattails? Because that's
Beer.
all you seem to be growing
Surely
out here.
can. And I have more to sell as well, if you're interested.
What do you have to sell?
No, nothing worth looking at. And over yonder, more bog of bodies. I believe those are for a quest for this fellow. Oh, I don't think we got the quest reward for killing the scurrying rats, which is one of the weirder things that this game kind of kept from Gothic 3. Is the way you can complete quests before actually getting them, and sometimes that screws up all the dialogues associated with it.
Huh. That look. You've come for protection money.
Protection money?
Maybe you just have that look. What brings you here?
Is this your land?
It's me that farms it. Then I use the bruggelweed that grows here to make beer.
What can you tell me about the area around here?
You haven't been here long, have you? Let's see. Well, the boys in the camp all work for Don Esteban. They're collecting everything they can find made of gold. The Don must have a fortune in that temple
Is he?
by now.
I don't think I would have ever recognized it. It was a character I've encountered.
Do you work for the Don?
Me? I've been on this farm all my life. One day, these ruins rise up out of the ground, all over the place. Then Don Esteban comes here. At least he keeps these creatures from the temple away.
Where did the gold the Don's collecting come from?
From those temple ruins, the ones that rose from the ground. They say there are treasures there, and creatures.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all the characters got recast.
Could you teach me to make beer?
Someday I'll get to that.
If you have a basic knowledge of alchemy, but it would take you years to learn properly.
I don't know how many hours. I just know that I've beaten the Realm Reborn story, and that's about it. And I think the post content between that and the first expansion. Maybe not all of it, but the ones Val wanted me to do.
They call it a weed, but it's not.
Do not
Mostly
recognize
grows
that
in
name.
the swamp or along rivers. But you can find it most anywhere. Looks useless, but you can't get hops out here. Well, not cheap you can't. And this stuff will do the trick.
Gives you the hops.
Is your beer any good?
There were those on the mainland who thought so. Barleyman's export, they called it, till the island was cut off. Every time you think you're getting ahead, life just drags you down. Which reminds me, the camp is waiting for a delivery. I don't suppose you'd be interested in dropping some bottles off for me?
I'll drop off the bottles, but I can't guarantee the liquid will make it there.
Why does everyone here see a new face and just assume I'll do jobs for them?
'Cause you need people that will owe you favors.
Favors?
You never know when you'll need them. Take these 10 bottles to Rachel, the camp cook. I need 50 gold
Never found
coins
beer in a 10-pack before.
so I can pay my damn protection money.
That's pretty cheap beer.
All right. But one day
That's
I'll
like,
want to collect that favor.
Of course. Here's
50
the beer.
gold for 10
Don't
beers?
forget,
What's that?
50 gold pieces.
$2 a beer? No,
Yeah, I
that's not right.
remember that.
That'll be 20. $5 a beer. Yes, that's a little expensive.
Does the Don ask you to pay for protection?
No. It's his commander-in-chief. The one that trains his fighters, Brogar. He demands 30 gold coins a month, or he'll take away the guards that look after my farm.
So someone's found a way to earn money from this swamp.
Can I just point out that that would be bad for all of them? Because if he did that and this swamp stopped producing, they would have no, you know, beer. Although it begs a question. Sorry, raises the question. Like, what does the money do them out here? Because they can't really trade it in the city unless they have, like, people on the inside. I mean, I know they do, but it's hard to get messages out. Maybe not. We find... Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Maybe I could...
Where? All right. But I need deliveries of 10 plants.
All right. Well, we got the
I have
the
some
goods.
Brugelweed for you.
Good. I can always use more plants if you find more.
Cool. It's weird how that's like doing that once finishes a quest. All right. He doesn't have us take on the bog bodies now. I think we only do that when we've joined the Don, and that becomes one of our quests. Yeah, but the difference here is that that gold didn't mean anything to them because they had ore, and ore was more valuable. The gold was just there in the event that they got out of the colony and gold suddenly had value again. In this case, the gold is the only currency they have. So I think it's a case that they're probably smuggling it into the city to actually buy goods. And then smuggling the goods out. But again... What this game has done is the same thing that Gothic 2 did, establishing for Corinus, which is that the city's kind of in a bad position where they can't get trade to and from the island. So it kind of raises the question of where the goods are coming from. They can only come from the farms, and at that point, it's not like farmers do much with gold. They just trade what they're growing for what somebody else is growing. And the same thing, the traveling merchants in Gothic 2 made no sense, because they could only get their goods from, like, the farms. But the farms that were loyal to the city were basically given their stuff as tribute to the city. And the ones that weren't loyal, nobody was supposed to be trading with them anyway. So somehow the traveling traders were getting away with it.
A little more for me.
50 horns? I don't remember there being a chest with 50 horns in it. Is there any case... Like, I thought when you had the Ulumulu quest, there was at least one monster who would drop... Or there was at least one way to get any of the items for it without having to learn the skill. Whether you had to buy it or loot it from somewhere. Is it possible that there's one that you can't? So I don't remember. As I said, I need to replay that game again soon. Because I'm so out of touch with it. Oh. Interesting. Also, I like how this game continues the trend that anything outdoors doesn't count as private property, so you can loot things willy-nilly.
You look tired.
And you look ugly. Piss off.
What are you doing here?
I'm admiring the view. Great view. That's why we get all these tourists.
Ha! That and the friendly locals. Shouldn't you be standing guard by the swamp farm?
Piss off.
I don't care what...
You are.
Whoops, sorry. I skipped.
That's right.
There's a reason Brogar didn't come himself. Now I'll show you.
All right, then, you...
All right, then.
That's it.
Ow! Nice delayed attack there. Oh, wow, he's kicking my ass. Good lord. Alright, we're not doing well. It is funny how The hit detection is a little bit off from some of the attack animations, so you saw that bit where he, like, put his sword away before he even swung it because he had hit me before the swing even happened. Let's try again.
You look tired.
And you look...
What are you...
I'm a...
Ha!
Piss off twice as much.
Piss.
Ouch! Whoa, that hurt!
That was a little late there, Highway Cavalier, but thank you.
You are.
That...
There's a Alright then, you bastards.
It's interesting how the NPCs spectating start reacting before the fight even starts. Whereas in Gothic 1 and 2, or even Gothic 3, I guess. Oh shit, he parried. Except he did it twice, so he's an idiot. Ow. Damn, this guy is tough. I don't think we don't have power attacks yet, do we? No. Ow, damn. Yep, there it goes again. This is dangerous.
Performance.
At least that was well timed, Carvey. Thank you. Oops, sorry. Why do I not resave after I loot this? Ninja dodges? What? What's ninja-y about this? I would expect like backflips and stuff for ninja dodges. I think we'll leave him be for a minute. I don't intend to turn the difficulty down. Because for some reason these days I got that, a sense of pride that I have to play everything on the hardest difficulties now, if they give me the options. Which only goes so far,
Hey,
but...
you don't look like the rest of the Don's men.
Me?
I mean, it is like a... There isn't much of an animation to it, so that's why it looks so weird.
Day out, me and my workers try our best. And they need us, the bosses. But do they realize that? I wish they'd come and see what it's like. See if they like being eaten by swamp worms.
How can you speak to the experience? I feel like if you had that experience, you wouldn't live to tell.
Are you in charge of the workers here?
No, Masa, you keep hitting the filter on YouTube.
Workers
I have to keep approving it.
The morale is so low that the men don't care anymore.
Why is it so bad here?
We keep losing men to the worms. And there are even worse fates, too. I'd rather be anywhere else. But we have to collect anything made of gold and take it to Beppo.
Oh, Beepo.
Expect to have to fight the monsters here. We're not trained for it. And that bastard Brogar should be protecting us. But
everyone sounds like a broken record
fighters
around
ever
here.
come and help?
Here.
Do they, hell? Too drunk, most of them.
So the excavations have stopped.
They won't be happy when they find out. The Don's supposed to be a fair man, but Brogar isn't, and he should be protecting us.
I like
If
Beppo.
my men were good at fighting, they'd have gone long ago. They'd be living it up in the bars and brothels of Harbour Town.
I like how they reference multiple bars, I think. And multiple brothels. I know there's only one brothel. I think there's only one bar. I like both. Beppo's a bit of a smartass, but a charming one. And his name's hilarious.
If I'm going to take action, I'll need better armor.
I can give you workers' clothes, that's all. And you'd have to pay. After all, you're not a worker. Why should I clothe you?
Because
We're
I'm
all
volunteering
stuck
to
on
work
this
for you.
island in this swamp together. We might as well help each other. I'll see if I can get your workers back to work.
You won't. If I can't, what chance does a stranger have?
I can...
Don't. It'll only cause trouble. We've tried everything.
Oh, right, patties. Somehow I forgot about patties.
Not gonna listen to you.
I remember the one in the sticks, but that's it.
What can you tell me about Brogar?
Also, I hate how he
Nothing.
says...
I'm not telling you.
He says that, he'll sell us the clothes, but then he actually won't until we do all his quests anyway, which is kind of why I wanted the clothes. They need some kind of protection.
Trouble.
Yeah, but I'm not dead. I'd rather take my chances with the worms than get Brogar angry.
Brogar can't be that bad.
Brogar is all bad. Ask the hunters. They'll tell you what he's capable of.
Well, I offered to help. Are any of your workers around?
They should all be.
I'd like to point out that he's saying all this in earshot of one of Brogar's men here.
You'll recognize them. They'll be wearing workers' clothes, even if they've got no intention of working. Uncontrollable, most of them. That's what the swamp and being ignored does to you.
You really have given up, haven't you?
Well, you would in my position. It's hopeless. Hopeless.
Hopeless
isn't
it
a word
is.
I use.
Well, you just used it, dork.
Maybe I can do something to help. How many excavation sites are there?
3. 1 east of the temple, and 2 right in the middle of the swamp. Look for the artifact crates. They mean you're in the right place.
Right. Brannon has returned to work.
I saw. Good. Good work.
I thought you'd be pleased.
I am. Oh, take this. You deserve payment.
Indeed. Fine payment it is. That is 1 beer. Oh yeah, I gotta give the beer to Rachel before I forget. Yeah, the way they hype up Brogar, I think is intended to be equivalent to Silvio. But Silvio was actually like a menace. And him and Bulko would actually try and like get you to leave or kick your ass if you refused. So that felt like a legitimate threat. Whereas Brogar just kind of sits here implying threats that he never follows through on.
The swamp farmer sent me with 10 bottles of beer.
Oh,
Other
I
than
wondered when that was
sending
going to
Domingo
arrive.
after you, I guess.
Thank you. That saved me a walk.
But that doesn't matter so much because it's Sam who steals from you.
Robar wants 50 gold coins for the beer.
That's pricey. Guess even Robar can't afford to be giving away things free at the moment.
I mean,
Here you go.
how
Thanks for
would he
doing
stay in
my
business if he gave anything away for free?
By the way, Brogar is collecting protection money from the people here in the camp.
What? Are you sure? I'd be surprised if he were being that brazen about it on his own doorstep. Do you have proof? Solid proof. If you could get me something concrete, that would help things here a
We
lot.
have testimony.
I'm working on it.
I doubt it. You probably get more XP, if anything, and then you just have to pay Robar
By
the
the
money
way,
yourself.
Lewis claims Brogar wants to replace the Dawn.
Brogar's always been trouble, but since we've been in this swamp, Esteban's absence has really lowered morale. It gets tongues wagging.
Leaves a bit of a
and
power
hands
vacuum,
lazy.
don't it?
I wish he could see that. Talk to the men. This could be just the thing to get Esteban going again. Show him how bad things have got. But I'm going to need more proof than the word of a drunken hunter.
I just want to point out, and we're, again, getting ahead of myself. We go through all this, and Rachel doesn't do anything with it, because she suddenly decides at the last second that it's going to look bad for her, that things got this out of control. But the entire time she's saying, we need to show the Don how out of control things have gotten. But once she realizes there's a way we can keep Brogar quiet, suddenly she backs out of it. And the Don never finds out, like, how close he came to losing control here. Now, recall we were looking... We have to find some shitty necklace. Yeah, there it is. This wouldn't even impress a child. We have to give this to this man and convince him that it's a magic MacGuffin.
Well, Hawkins does want you back at work.
I knew it, but I won't go. You can forget it.
You want something to be afraid of? Really afraid of?
There's nothing you can do that's close to what those spirits will do to me. I can't go back there. No one knows how to stop the ancients. It's not courage I need. I'm not afraid. Staying away from them isn't about fear. Find someone else for the job. Send Dwight. He doesn't hear them. He doesn't believe. But you better know,
The spirits will come for you, and there is no protection.
I have something that will protect you from the ancients.
Yeah, it's pretty
There is no
badly
protection.
written.
That's not what the mages say. They've been searching for objects like this amulet, for a way to protect us all.
That's just a cheap necklace.
Have a closer look.
Oh, really?
How can this protect me?
This
I'll have
is
to bear that
what
in
we
mind. I
will
might have
be
already
searching
sold it
the ruins
if I found it.
Answers for protection.
And they found something?
Yes. Objects with the power of the ancients, objects like this amulet, will protect you. The mages guarantee you'll remain 100% spirit-free. But we need to find more of these. More artifacts, so everyone can be safe.
Yes, of course.
That's why it's important for you to have this. If we're to protect everyone, we need you to look for things at the excavation site.
Of course. Of course. I'll do it. I'll help protect everyone.
Attaboy. So brave. So naive. Alright, I will make a note of that, because I don't think I ever found that. Really? Pickpocketing in this game is so easy compared to others. Because it won't let you do it if you can't. And I like that it gives you... Ow, ow, ow. I like that it gives you the choice of what to steal. And these things really blend into the grass. It lets you choose one thing to steal. Which is cool. What do I have? I have a lot of learning points. I should find somebody to teach me some combat skills. Maybe I will stand a chance against Clay. I think the guy who runs the arena fights.
Hey.
Lost, are you? Don't you worry about it. I'll take care of you.
Yeah, I mean, I would like the pickpocketing to be more significant, but... Or it could be one of those things where it doesn't tell you that it's an option. You can just experiment with it, and maybe you'll find something, hey, that looks important. I'll steal it from this guy, and it ends up being a quest solution later. More of that emergent gameplay that this game kind of has in cases, but not enough.
Who are you?
Craig. And if you want a fortune in gold, I'm your man.
Think I'll keep my gold close to my skin.
A little flutter never does any harm. Come on, loosen up.
I didn't mean to choose that one, but whatever.
What odds do you offer?
You're
He didn't even tell us what he's doing yet, but we already know he's a
Listen
gambling
up.
man.
I'll explain. You give me a sum in gold. If you win, I'll pay you back double.
And if I lose?
There are no losers, only future repeat gamblers. I'll just keep your gold warm until you want to try and win it back.
And can I be sure you'll pay out if I win?
Oh, you of little faith. I'm hurt. If I wasn't honest, do you think I'd last 2 minutes around here?
How do I place a bet?
Oh, nothing easier.
Otis,
We bet on
go away.
anything here. Who'll be the next worker to get eaten by a swamp creature?
I
The
hate
next winner in
his
the arena?
offset soul patch
Anything.
there.
You can even bet on yourself. If you want to go into the arena.
People fight for gold.
Don't sound so surprised. People have fought for gold since time began. There's a small arena over in the west. That's where it happens. I bet you're worth a gamble. Tough-looking fella like you.
Is there somewhere round here I can train for combat?
I wouldn't normally do this, but I'll train you if you like. Always good to get the inside skinny, in case you go into the arena.
One thing I do like about the arena fight in this, which is atypical of how they usually work, I'm pretty sure you don't need to fight everybody. And it is mostly optional. Like, the one arena fight you kind of have to do is Brogar. But even then, I think that's just for the sword piece that he has. So, it's pretty much completely optional. You don't have to do it in a linear order. I think it's a superior way to do it. If you're gonna do it at all.
I want to...
Okay, do I want strength or sword? With that, we get counter parries. We can give that a try. I've never been very good with it. Strength would obviously let us wield a better weapon. But we would have to buy that at this point. What are we looking at for money? 600. Damn, almost 700. That's plenty. I'm gonna do one rank of that.
Sword fighting.
Right. I'm gonna tell you how to counter parry. If you're taking flurries of blows, you need to knock your opponent's weapon aside. Do this. He's unprotected, so you must attack. It's not easy to do. You need a feel for the right moment to parry and attack. Practice it and it will help you. But remember, it only works if you're being attacked. And if your opponent tries to parry, you won't get a chance to do it.
That's a good point. I am Supreme. I didn't think of that, because this is gonna be the blank slate character. Like, once it branches off and I have to choose a faction, that's where I'm gonna... That's where I'm gonna split it, but whatever. One rank won't kill me. Now, I know that you're expected to use staffs when you join the monastery, whether it's the Inquisition or the mages. Does it actually stop you from learning any other skills? You won't learn it from the people there, obviously, but I feel like you can still learn it from other NPCs. I have to cut that off before you start working for a faction in the city? What do you mean? Why? Yeah, that is true, actually. Because you can't get recommendations. Yeah. So I guess the splitting point will be right before we enter the city.
I want to be...
Make a separate save there.
I want... Good.
A bit of strength now won't hurt. I do find it kind of interesting, like, if they're gonna make money a prerequisite for learning skills, I wish they would stop doing that. If they're gonna have learning points, I don't think everything should cost money to learn. Like, there should be NPCs you can learn from who will do it to you for free. Yeah, so the thing with joining the Inquisition is, when you get to the monastery, if you do all the quests in the city, in support of the Inquisition, you will get the choice to join the Inquisition or the mages. Whereas if you get caught by the Inquisition and sent there forcefully, you can only join the Inquisition. Yeah, well, it got it worse in Risen 2 and 3 because there was no learning points, so you could only learn things by spending money. Which meant if you had a lot of money, you could learn a lot of stuff, but it was extremely expensive. Alright, so I now have 20 strength. Do you have a sword? That works with that. Machete. 26 for that. We could get there. What is my sword? What is a sword? I feel like I should go for that. Get your recruit faction instantly, but you have to do the monastery quest right away. I don't remember it that well. When I do join as a warrior, I am going to do the bit where you get arrested, just to see if it changes anything. I've never actually done it that way before. Oh, where's Craig gone? Well, they're cooking. It's a lizard. We never see a live lizard in this game, which is interesting. Are they worth playing? Risen 2 is not. Risen 3 is worth it, possibly. It's just not, it's not that great. Kind of uninteresting. But since I had it, I had fun with it. Yeah, they'd cook scavengers or an entire unskinned sheep. Where'd Craig go? There he is. Do I want more strength? I mean, I don't think getting up to 30 strength is going to be the end of the world when we go for mage. So, we'll go with it.
At least.
No, but remember in Gothic 3, where there was a lizard enemy and a lizard critter, they weren't the same thing.
What have you got to...
Go axe with either faction. Yeah, because you get the armor at the end that gives you axe skill, because that's the meta weapon that they force you to use. I cannot afford that now. Damn. Got a little too cavalier. Damn, I'm gonna need to make more money now. Where's this Dwight fellow? He's the one worker I can't remember. I think he's just over here.
How are we going to eat?
Yes.
You look relaxed.
The busy mosquito is swatted at dawn. The happy snail does nothing but yawn. We're in a swamp. What's there to make an effort for?
The Don just...
I don't think snails yawn. But I've never observed one long enough to know.
All that effort for what? A pile of old crap.
I haven't decided, Val.
Hawkins doesn't care. Beppo can
To be honest, I haven't really thought that far ahead.
And Hawkins doesn't care about anything.
Right. Hey, Dwight.
Pardon.
You need to start shifting those crates over to Beppo.
And who are you to be telling me what to do?
I'm the guy telling you to move those crates.
You see, I could do that. Or I could just stay here. And that sounds more relaxing.
Try relaxing when I've put my boot up your ass.
All right. Don't burst a blood vessel. I'm moving.
Aha, joke's on you. I don't have boots. Guess that's everybody. We won't get much money out of this guy.
Right. They're all back at work. Things should get moving.
Hopefully I
now.
didn't screw up the dialogue by doing that out of order.
That'll keep Beppo and his cronies.
Another case where the multiple quests gets a little awkward.
Thought you might like to know Dwight's gone back to work.
He has? That's almost a miracle. But well done. Here, take these coins.
Oh, I
Your
just forgot.
Gratitude is boundless.
I spent the money I was supposed to give the Robart.
Enrico is back working at the excavation site.
How did you manage that?
Let's say he took some persuading, but saw sense.
Well, I suppose you need to have some gold for that.
Not much, though, so I can't even pay back Robart now. Oh, no. Never mind, I can. Ivana, if you're still here, do you have any idea how damage is calculated in this game? As in, Gothic 1 and 2 is straightforward enough that you pretty much knew getting a better weapon or more strength was pretty much equal in how much damage it dealt. But I don't know if it's calculated differently in this game, and maybe investing in strength before getting a better weapon is not always the best option. It all kind of depends on how it's calculated.
I delivered your beer.
Yeah? But did you get my gold?
Yes, here it is.
That's a sight. Now I can get Brogar off my back. Thank you. I won't forget this. Consider a favor owed.
If only I could collect on that favor. We can deal more damage now. But I really wanted that better weapon. I'm remembering something. I think in that wolf cave, we can also find, the most basic armor that this game has to offer, I think. But maybe I have the wrong cave in mind. I'm tempted to try and go for it. Dodge the farms. Pigs. I appreciate that you can still use the highlights with the enemy highlighting with this open, with your ranged weapon drawn, to see if there are enemies abound. I don't remember this path. I don't normally take it. Oh, this just wraps back around to the Inquisition. Don't want that. Also... Oh, never mind. What game was it where the strafe animation in a certain circumstance was like the wrong one, like he ran the wrong direction? I thought it was this, but it looks right. I mean, yeah, there's a mod that just imports those armors. Like, just takes that texture and wraps it over one of the existing armors. Hello, pigs. I'm out of here. I think that's the way that goes down to the farm. I must elude the pigs. Nah! Never mind. I was wrong. And I'm leaving you be. Could have sworn there's a path directly to the farm down there from up here. I'm just gonna die now. Sneak and lockpick, you can get armor on the farm. Possibly. I can't learn those skills now because I don't have money. Toot, 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 toot. Cave in the swamp? Well, that's the cave I keep dying in. I don't think it is. So I remember I always found that, like, it's like a fisherman's clothes or something, and I always found it much later than you can get any better armor. Oh, you're right, yes. I remember now. But we still have to dodge the stupid flies. Well, I have a beer for this gentleman now. I don't think that really gets us much.
Here, one beer for some information.
Hey, hey, you got one. You're beautiful.
I'm looking for some pieces of a sword blade. Old, decorated with gold.
They're everywhere. Everyone's got one. Well, not Hawkins. Or Jan. Or Rachel. Or Craig has one. I've seen it. It's quite big.
Yes, I'm sure you spent a lot of time admiring it.
What moron?
Dorgan. He's got a piece, moron. Of course, Brogar has one. You'd have to take him apart to get it. And me. I've got one too.
You have one. I'll give you a beer for the piece of sword blade.
No way! What do you think I am, an idiot? It's easily worth 2.
So I need a second beer. Oh, there it is. That's the broken animation. So it's a forward-left strafe with the bow out. He runs the wrong direction. Gotta love it. So how do I deal with these? These things are dangerous. God damn. Nailed it. Oh, that's right. I have the parry move now, but that doesn't really help against these that much.
Yeah.
Ow! Oh, he's getting around my block. Seems like the block area is very narrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
What even hit me there? It would have been better, certainly. I would say there would still need to be more to it. Basically, it would have been more dependable, but I don't think that would necessarily, like... That would make it easier, is what I'm saying. I don't think it would make it more exciting. Less frustrating, I suppose. I hate how their wings don't seem to be a valid hitbox. God damn you. Well, this is just the pits. Yee. Okay, 2 down. Yeah, well, again, it's not bad. It's just not great. Needed some mechanical improvements. Definitely needed better animations. But it also just needed more going on. Because if it wasn't so janky, it would just be pretty basic. Maybe we should be back to full health first. I don't like that you can't put the bow away when you have an arrow drawn. I don't think I read all those while you're back and forth there. This is gonna be troublesome. I recall that when they do their threat like that... Oh, I guess they do eventually pull. They do seem to pull each other, which is not what I wanted. What the hell? Come on. I don't know if the size of your shield affects the area that it blocks. So I don't recall blocking with a shield being so unreliable when you got groups of enemies. It's really trying to get me to do the counter parry, but I don't think that's really valid against these. Gotta chow down some chink and good, healthy, wound healing chicken. There, I did it. Can you leave me alone about it? The grave moths absolutely have the most annoying sound effects. Or any other moth variant. Cool. Yep, I hate that the jump and dodge buttons are the same button. Because I keep doing that because I release the movement key before the dodge initiates, which changes it to a jump. Well, here's Dorcas. I wonder if you use the laugh spell. You can't use it in combat. That's just like the equivalent of the Oblivion spell. Which it is hilarious that Oblivion, like, if you didn't know what it did in Gothic 2, if you somehow got it without dealing with Ignaz, should be cautious. It would sound way more dramatic than it is. Ow! Sonic's too fast. Nice one. Swing. Outmaneuvered.
Now, who could teach me to pick locks?
Good question. So, if I'm not mistaken, there's only one character in the game who can teach you how to mine. And you have to go through a big old quest in the city to get to him. Woof woof. Nice moves. Ow. Oh, he's flanking. Ow. Somehow wolves are the easiest. I would expect them to be a more... a more twitchy enemy. I'm just going through all my potions. Woof woof. Goddamn, they got 3 hits though. Snarl. Way! That dog's got wings. Air Bud. The pigos. Ow. So quaky. Oh, hello. It does seem like the wolves don't, they don't really have a threat that they make. As soon as you hear them snarling, they're coming after you. Small diamond. That looks like a pretty damn huge diamond. Oh yeah, the ghouls. Ghouls are always the biggest assholes in this game. So if we kill these wolves now, do we get the Inquisition bit immediately? I'm trying to remember if this is actually where the armor I'm looking for is. Ow. Yeah, but they're also super, like, attack spammy. I'm pretty sure they can chain up to like 4 or 5 attacks in a combo. Be gone. God damn, these dogs take flight. Hello. Rawr, rawr, rawr. Yeah, so we're gonna get the whole bit where we have to dodge the Inquisition guy. Well, no, because I'm kind of doing it out of order, aren't I? This isn't even... yeah. I thought this might have been the chest that had the armor I was thinking about, but I don't think it is. Is it deeper? Do we go derper? No, it's not here either. So I was wrong. I have no idea where that fisherman's vest or whatever it is. Because I'm trying to find some armor veil. I remember it's in the game. I just can't remember where it is. I thought it might have been in here. And this goes out to a part of the island I absolutely don't remember. Is it? Maybe? There's a whole... Well, this is like the lake area, isn't it? I have no idea. Yeah, I still dig it. Like, I will put this soundtrack on sometimes. I used to listen to it as a, study background music. Not all the dungeon sound music is that great, but... I like Harbor Town. I like the forest, like, music. Oh, hang on, this guy ain't here. I wonder if we just end up skipping that whole bit where we have to dodge the Inquisition guy by doing this. What if I just...
Who could teach me to pick locks?
Can't take it.
You looking for something?
I guess you're right, yeah. But I can't get it now because I don't know how to pick locks. So I did all that for nothing. Yoink. Is it? Alright, let's find out. Ow. Nope. That's the pearl necklace. Yeah. I only sequence broke the one. What are you doing? I want the egg. So I'm not able to get it because it's probably in that locked chest. Oh my god, I cannot enter doors.
What are you doing here?
You know what? It's probably this one. What if I make you giggle?
I thought I felt something.
Yep, there it is. Excellent.
I haven't had a laugh like that in ages.
It's all I was here for. 5 and 5. Probably not going to make any difference. A snippet from the new old camp theme? Yeah, it's terrible. Even Kai Rosenkrantz can't hit the same inspiration anymore. And this outfit still doesn't have shoes with it, so we're still barefoot. I'm getting athlete's foot. It's like, first thing I do, you know, I stop at the old camp, but I always go straight for the free mine to get the free pants. And then Lobart, it's just kind of depends on my mood, whether I get them legitimately or steal them. Oh shit, can we not get back up? Oh no. Oh no. Damn it all. Oh, we're taking the long way around. I'm sure you get some kind of fungus for walking around in boggy water with, you know, your bare feet for so long. Save that for later. Now look at that level of detail as you like close in on the trees. It goes from this weird like pastel splotch to like temperate colors and actual detail. When obviously the shadows actually work. And then the clouds coming out of nowhere. Never noticed that. I had no idea the skybox had a level of detail on it. That's kind of hilarious. Is that like a change in like the mood lighting for a given area? Hello. I don't think that... Yeah, that doesn't correspond with any actual change in the lighting. Like a filter over the area. It was literally just a skybox change. I've never noticed that. I'm sure there's... Yeah, there must be like a... Just in the engine, like a maximum that you can adjust. Ow! Ow, the pain. Should have packed more potions. God damn! Wombo combo. I will be right back.
Make sure you stay alive. Yeah, I have no idea why... Oh, nice. I have no idea why Sarah did not have more of a role in the game, but I'm kind of glad she didn't. I get the feeling that was something... She was probably meant to be more of a companion character, but then they realized that Patty was already doing that same thing. So they just cut a lot of, possible... story, like, role that she could have had. Yeah, or the novices farm, apparently. I doubt it, because I feel, based on the weird, janky way that the tutorial kind of fits in, I feel like that was one of the last things they worked on, but I'm basing that on zero evidence.
Let's trade.
We do need to hang on to precious gemstones if we want to make jewelry later. Your magic amulets and whatnot. Still nowhere close to the money I want. If I were to sell that, that would be nice, but I want to keep it for whatever Ore Baron's talking about. We get enough animal trophies later that I can afford to just sell some of it now.
remember, you get minor amounts of XP for smoking weed, right? I don't remember if it happens more than
good.
once or just the once.
Looks good.
Yeah, mostly just the once. It's pretty useless after that. Maybe. I've never not helped her, so I don't remember. We can afford the weapon now, at least. The head bonker. Yeah, well, they don't want to let you exploit that too easily. Give me the brain bonker. You can have that. And I would like to point out, this is another game, classic for like Piranha Bytes, where there's multiple damage types, but it never matters because everyone kind of has the same protection against all of them. You're not wrong. Because I'm pretty sure every armor that you find has the same blunt and blade protection. So having a blunt or bladed weapon doesn't matter. It's all the same. Alright, let's try fighting Clay again. He just sleeps out in the rain. I shall not piss off a third time.
You look tired.
And you look ugly. Piss off.
What?
I'm a...
Huh.
Piss. Yeah.
That's...
There's a... Alright then, you bastard.
Let's try a parry. Maybe not. He just doesn't want to attack.
Make sure you stay alive.
He won't kill me.
Yeah.
You gonna do anything? I seem to have broken him. He's just straight up not. There we go. Oh. He did a parry instead of an attack. Yeah, doing a parry is like way too unreliable in this game. His odds are it's just gonna detect as a block anyway. Does seem to have made a difference. But there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to remember because every rank in weapon fighting obviously unlocks like a different skill or a different like ability, passive or otherwise. But I've never compared them all, so I feel like there's some ranks that don't have an equivalent in others. Like in sword fighting, there's a rank to hold bastard swords in one hand, another rank to hold two-handed swords in one hand. In axe fighting, I think there's one rank to learn how to hold all axes in one hand, and staff never has that. So what skills do they have instead? I've never figured that out. Up and at 'em, ass.
Are you gonna stand guard now? Or are we gonna fall out?
I'm going.
Also, I think Risen is the first game where there is a hand-to-hand. And it's very janky. Because his kick move looks so stupid. It's just like a fucking ankle kick. But yeah, after this, it was never possible to have... I don't think it's even possible to unequip a weapon. I know in Elix it isn't, because you start off with a pipe and you can never unequip it. Yeah, but that's not the skill. That's just a change in animations. Like, the whole point of being able to hold a two-handed weapon one-handed is that you can hold a shield in your offhand. So if that skill doesn't allow it, then that's kind of useless. So that can't be the skill.
Clay is taking
If it
over
is,
your
then that's
post.
really dumb.
About
That's
time.
absolutely useless.
Thanks. Here's something for you.
Because, like, even, you know, the one-handed weapons, he does have a stance change, but it's all animations. Lorenzo. I think you're the asshole that we can bring somewhere. Or like he tries to pull one over on us. Ooh. Got extra soggy sounding.
I found Dorgan.
Yeah? Where is the lazy bastard?
He's dead. His body's in a cave near the swamp.
Oh, well, if it keeps some swamp creature feeding off my back, it'll be the first useful thing he's done. Now, did he have anything on him? Anything at all?
Yes, I found a very interesting list in his pocket.
Did you now? And where is it?
What's the worry? This protection racket of yours is all approved, isn't it?
You don't want to play games with me. Just give me that list.
Clay's taken over from
I like how we can just ignore that.
Good. Pair of useless assholes.
But, like, nothing ever comes of it. I think we can show it to Rachel, can't we? But she, again, doesn't do anything with it.
About... The workers had downed tools, but I've got Brannon and Enrico to start work again.
Good. One
And
less
Dwight.
one. Here, take this. You'll need it.
By the way, Dorgan, one of Brogar's people, had this list on him.
Can I see it, please?
That's the worst reading animation I've ever seen.
Seems Dorgan is helping Brogar to pocket Esteban's gold. Where is he now?
Dead. I found him in a cave near the swamp.
This list will help. We'll need more evidence, though, if we're to persuade Esteban Brogar is working for his own interests.
How is that not enough evidence? That is very explicit. One thing I would say, I wish this game gave you... I'm getting rid of this storm. This is out of control. I wish this bit gave you more freedom to... Like, more ways to do it, so you didn't... Here's another, like, kind of classic Chronobites thing, where you have to work for the asshole to get enough evidence to, screw him over. When I want to just be able to do, like, old-fashioned detective work and go around this man's back. Anyway, I suppose we can make some money in the arena.
Tell me, just a few bruises and broken limbs? It isn't to the death. It's where we train and test ourselves. Well, if you fancy a fight, just challenge one of our fighters. If he accepts, he'll go into the arena with you. The fight starts when both willing volunteers are in the arena with their weapons drawn. The first fighter to go down loses.
That's clear enough.
I wonder what happens if, since nobody watches the arena fights, what happens if you do actually murder somebody in there? I think I'll test it.
That's what... Remember, carrying on when your opponent's...
Yes, yes. We don't, that dialogue's not that important, but I have to, I guess, challenge someone first, and then go to him. And do, Ricardo. I think he's the easiest one.
I challenge you to a fight in the arena.
You think because I'm a guard, I'm soft? Your mistake.
Off he goes. There's a bit of a weird setup. If you want to place the bet, you have to challenge them first, then go talk to this guy. I think.
Based on Lorenzo, I'd say...
I want...
Fabulous.
Never mind. That's not the order you have to do it. Have I ever played Dark Messiah? I've played maybe half of it and got bored.
I'll fight Ricardo and win.
Well, that's not too hard a prospect. Lousy odds, so your winnings won't be great.
Well, the winnings won't be great because I can't put in that much of a stake, apparently. It's weird that the amount you can bet is based on the difficulty and not the odds. Oh, he's ready to fuck.
Alright then, you bastard.
Oh, he came out swinging. Wasn't very wise. Yeah, that fucking parry makes no sense. It should be a different input than just tapping the block button, because it just detects it as a block most of the time. Yeah. So what happens if I do kill him, I wonder?
Stabbo. Not very exciting. I just wonder if anyone says anything. Do you? I'll have to see that. Nobody's mentioned it so far.
Ricardo's made of rice paper and spit. You'll find tougher. Here, your winnings.
Nothing happened. He said you don't kill them, but I killed them and nothing happened. Did anyone mention anything? No. Nobody says anything. I just murdered the man. I want to see the unarmed animation. Otis, why do you keep going under the desk? Out!
Why?
Oh, he's just back up.
That was the
That's boring. Yeah, the game's kind of always been like that. Even it's like just opening on launch takes ages. Ow. There we go. Alright, now I want to see it. I just step on his nuts. And that's a kill, apparently. What is speak on?
Ouch! Whoa, that hurt.
Why? That was the right choice.
I haven't looted him, though. What if I just attack? Don't get XP the second time. I don't know if, like, anyone gives you shit for starting fights. They don't seem to care about murder. If I just start a fight apropos of nothing, what happens? I mean, Ricardo probably won't want to talk to me anymore, but who cares? I'll do you next.
Are you that keen to get a kick in?
Not interested.
You're not worth my time.
You chicken, Domingo. You a big, fat, feathery piece of poultry.
I see your mouth moving, but all I hear is blah, blah, blah.
I should get your ears unstuffed, because that's not what I'm saying.
Here, have a swig of this.
That's the good stuff right there.
So,
right there.
How about the arena?
Go on then. A beer, someone to punch. Life doesn't get much better.
You're clearly a man of simple tastes.
Apparently the beer is what makes that whole equation work.
Ricardo.
I'll fight Lorenzo in the arena.
That'll be worth watching.
Oh, hang on. We challenged Domingo.
I'm ready to face Domingo in the arena.
Now there's a fight should bring in some wages. Good luck.
So we challenged Lorenzo before we even spoke with him. What happens if I get them both in there at the same time? That'll be fun. I'll keep Domingo waiting. Does it? Oh, lame. How do you know that already? When was the last time you played this, Val? Out of curiosity. Oh, I get a shield now. That would be great.
Time for a little lesson.
I see. Oh, he's a tough bastard, ain't he?
Okay, I keep forgetting that dodging to the left is not a great idea. Their swings tend to cover that. I'm gonna get my beer back. Give me that. And a shield. I'm sure it doesn't.
Okay, so you ain't bad, you ain't bad. I'll give you that. But your technique is all over the place.
I want to improve my fight.
He teaches axe, even though he fights with a sword. Lorenzo. We haven't even spoken yet.
I don't like faces I don't know well.
This guy's
Your
especially
face is
ugly.
too
He has no
pretty.
eyebrows.
Slap some makeup on you and you could work the brothels.
I like how he's this mashed potato face he thinks is too pretty.
You know I'm new here then.
Shiny skin, gormless expression. You're not the first. It's the heap of gold in the temple. It sucks in idiots like flies to shit. But there's no one round here that wants to split their share of the Don's gold any further.
You're a fighter, right?
I took the advice my teacher gave me. Find something you like and make it your job.
What's the Don going to do with the gold? Invest in swampland?
We might be stuck here now, but we're not going to be here forever. Once those religious nutcases are gone, Harbour Town will be ours. Then you'll see.
Okay, it was yours before and they kicked you out, so how do you think the tides are gonna turn?
What are the Inquisition doing in the town?
Pretty face. Shame you're thick as pig shit with it. They only need the town to give them a supply route. The real work happens in the monastery. Fuck knows what they do up there.
And you don't think it would be a good idea to find out?
You're the nosy fucker. Why don't you knock on the door and ask them? Let's see how many questions you've got after they work you to death in the temple ruins.
Live here, die there. You know, there's an ocean full of beautiful desert islands.
What? What's that got to do with anything?
Where did the Don get all his gold?
See that temple? We took it. And guess what? It was full of gold and artifacts and stuff. Now it's full of guards, an ogre, and surrounded by us. There are temples all over the island. Why don't you bugger off and find your own?
You just walk in and take the gold from the temple ruins.
Yeah, it's that simple. Go on, try it. Then you'll see the beasts that come charging out of those ruins. You have to deal with them before you get to the shiny stuff.
So you've cleared all those creatures out of the ruins?
Keen to see them, are you? All right. We'll go to a temple ruin nearby. You help me deal with the creatures there, then you can get your share of the gold.
You've got a deal.
Good. Follow me.
Oh, we know what comes of this, but I'm rest real quick. I'm not really sure why we do this, because we end up having to fight him in the arena anyway. But no, it really doesn't. I mean, we know. God, the storm. We end up finding out what the Holy Flame is, but it never really discusses its relevance to the world at large.
Now, no one can see us here, so let's have ourselves a little chat.
What about?
I've met people like you, troublemakers.
Let's get this over. Draw your weapon.
See? I knew you were trouble.
Well, you're the one trying to start a fight, bitch. Woo, nice juke. Once again, he's just not doing anything. Ow. He doesn't make any sounds. He has no grunts. I was about to say something. I don't remember what.
So, you're still here.
You made me feel
Oh
so
yeah,
welcome.
like why?
You want to stay in the...
Why did he have to lead me out of the camp to beat me up? Nobody here was gonna question him beating me up. The idea that he had to ambush me somehow is kind of silly.
Domingo'll have learned to respect you. Your win took him by surprise. And me. Here, your winnings. I don't like paying out. But you did what you bet you'd do.
And somehow beating up Lorenzo out there doesn't count for the fight.
I challenge you.
No chance.
Oh. That sucks.
Lorenzo won't
Right,
fight me.
if you do it out of
He
order.
knows I beat him before, and I'll do it again.
You could always try again. All it costs is a little pride and a little gold. Here, your money back.
At least you're honest. It's weird that he'll do that. Will it cancel? Like if I challenge him first and then it goes out there, does he not like challenge you, or does not? Yeah, does not. Does that bit not just happen? Not happen if we fight him in the arena first. It doesn't make sense that you try and fight us a second time if he won't do it the other way around.
Does Brogar ever fight in the arena?
You looking to lose bits of yourself? Just asking would be risking your skin. Forget it. That's my advice.
Why?
He's not one to mess with. Arena fighting's a game. Brogar doesn't play games.
Neither do I.
Well, we're playing this game.
Have you come across a piece of a sword blade?
The one Oscar's trying to piece together. He wants to make a sword for the Don, I believe.
And?
And I might have a piece of it. Oscar tried to buy it from me, in fact. But he wasn't offering enough, so I thought I'd hang on to it.
Will you sell me your piece of the sword?
It'd have to be for, no less than 100 gold.
I'll give it some thought.
That's the deal.
You'd be a good opponent. Why don't you fight me in the arena?
I should have seen that coming. Think about it. This is my domain. I even bet on myself.
I want to make a bet. I'm ready to face you in the arena.
There's gold on the table. How can I refuse? Let me know when you want this to start.
I want to fight you. Right now.
Well, that sounds serious. Meet me in the arena. The arena is the only place we'll fight. Got that? And if you leave the arena during the fight, you lose.
Why are you
May
telling me all the
worthiest fighter
rules now after I've already done 3 other fights? Well, 2. So we get 50 gold if we were to fight him, and he sells the sword piece for 100. I think the intended, like, optimal option here is to steal the sword piece from him, because if you do that, he won't pay you your winnings.
Now you die.
Ow. Yeah, you pretty much have to guess that they're about to attack in order to pull off the parry. But it does kind of blend them in a weird way.
You think it'll be one-sided? Let's find out.
We already
You
won.
bastard. That gear is mine. I'll consider that your winnings, you bastard.
I don't remember that line being so incorrect.
Nobody will face me in the arena.
That's one of the biggest compliments they can pay you.
Yes, but I haven't faced Brogar.
Ah, that's a different world altogether. Brogar won't fight just for the hell of it. His position in camp is built on his brawn and his ruthlessness. He can't afford for anyone to beat him in combat. It'd weaken his power, so he's wary, as you should be.
I know what I'm doing.
You'd better.
I want to make a bet.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
It really ain't that bad. I will say that there aren't a whole lot of enemies or NPCs in this game that use a two-handed weapon. Other than staves. It's just not something you encounter that much.
Craig has a piece of the sword blade the Don wants.
So he says. But that bastard won't part with it cheap if he has got it.
You knew he had a piece of the blade.
Nothing happens in this camp without someone mouthing about it. You didn't pay him, did you?
Does that matter?
Well, they say a fuckwit and his money as soon as parted.
Well, that's paraphrasing the idiom a bit. So we have the option of working with him.
You seem to be a man who hears a thing or two. Have you heard anything about a broken sword blade?
What good is a sword in pieces to anyone? Worthless junk. Only one who'd be interested in that.
Yeah, but if you want to go with axes, you have to do that for a while. Because there's no one-handed axes. As far as I know.
Do you know where the pieces of the sword blade are?
I know where one piece is. I've got it. The question is, what will you do to get it?
You mean protection money?
Shush. Not so bloody.
Continuing conversation I don't remember
Who are you
starting.
protecting?
What do you care?
Anything else for me to do?
Well, maybe one thing, if you're up to it.
Oh, we did the conversation out of order, didn't I?
Try me.
Okay. But don't say I didn't warn you. Have you ever collected funds generously donated by those grateful for their security?
Generously donated security funds. You want me to do this?
I'm not sure
job
why
or not?
the matter-of-fact
Maybe you
line
can see
came
where
out
that
before I
damn
did that
dawn
one.
Failed. There are all the folks in this camp who ain't fighters. Go and tell them their monthly payment is due. Collect it, then bring the gold back to me. Simple.
I'll take the job.
But can I trust you? Could be you're a shifty little fish.
I'll do it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I want it done, and I want it done right.
So, we can obviously do this.
You see why people don't stand up to Brogar?
A few.
We can do this his way or my way.
You're lucky it wasn't stab wounds.
His armor and those fighters make him feel tougher than he is.
For you, maybe. For me, that's why I don't tangle with him.
Brogar is a big fish in a small pond.
And those are giant words. So big, I don't think you know what you're saying.
I know some people wouldn't have a problem if he disappeared.
I won't be responsible for what Brogar would do to you.
Let me worry about that.
You should worry. You're serious, aren't you?
What would I have to do to deal with him?
If you work for him, do what he tells you, and listen to everything he says. He'll let things slip. But you do know what you're proposing is dangerous.
How can I become one of the Don's men?
Firstly, I'll need to tell you a couple of things. The Don's a powerful man. Well, he was. Since we've been in this swamp, he's hidden in that temple. Hasn't been out for weeks. His wife Rachel's been trying to run the camp. She's the one you need to impress if you want to meet the Don.
Rachel. Right.
Before you charge up to her, you need to be aware of...
Brogar.
You're learning.
I could help you.
Helpful sort, aren't you? You better not have landed me in it with Brogar. But then one's trouble is another's ease. Rachel needs this meat, so she'll be happy. Take note. Sometimes it's better to take sides than end up in the middle.
What meat? What? He didn't give me any meat. What's he talking about? I'm confused.
Why can't I get to talk to the Don himself?
If you can't get Rachel on your side, maybe you could get past the guard at the temple. Maybe.
Sounds like it could be worth a try.
True, but it's a long shot. Rachel might be your best way in.
No, that's a good point. What happens if we do get inside? In an illegitimate way. Let's find out. Oh, they attack on sight. Even the dancer comes after me. That's hilarious. Alright, so that's just a waste of a scroll. I like how he suggests that's an option. But you can't do anything inside when you do it. Go Bluey. Did I get a second beer yet? I do, so I can get the sword piece from Lewis. But I need to get protection money.
I'll need your protection money for this month.
We work, we feed you, we bring you wood, and you still screw us workers for gold.
You said anybody who's not a fighter, which I would think would mean Sam. Actually, I think he has a point to say not Sam.
Why are you making Sam saw wood for you?
Business is it of yours, little fish?
He needs to hunt. If he doesn't, we'll all starve.
And if I don't get wood for my fire, I'll be pissed off. You're pissing into the wind if you wait for Rachel to organise it. You want something here, you have to take it.
Yeah, I'm beginning to understand that.
Huh. I guess not. Although, yeah, we're supposed to use the list. So Sam's just not on it. We do have to go after all the workers. I don't think there's any reason not to hand the list over. I think we have to hand the list over to get it. Let's do that. Because we can get the list back anyway later.
Right. Here's the list, dog and hat.
You're smart.
So might as well get the XP.
Were you smart enough not to tell anyone else about this list?
I didn't tell anyone.
And it'll stay that way if you know what's good for you.
So about that little job I'm doing for you.
Oh, this is where it is.
Should I collect money from Sam?
No, Sam works for me. Good man. Knows the value of being discreet about his work.
Discreetly cutting wood.
What if I run into problems?
It's your job, so it's your problem. I'm owed 200 gold. I don't care how you get it. Squeeze it out of them or find it another way. But don't come back with any less.
Right. Who exactly am I meant to be collecting from?
You got a hole in your head? Anyone who isn't one of my boys. Oscar the Smith, the workers, Hawkins, Enrico, Brannan and Dwight, the hunters, Doug and Lewis, and that swamp farmer Robar and his farmhand Ogle. And hurry it up.
Okay, so giving them the list doesn't actually matter, but worth it for the XP, I suppose. There's also, because of this is the last game of the fixed camera style, this is the last game that has keybinds for turning. And that seems to be the most affected by the mouse sensitivity adjustments I made in the INI file. So I don't remember them being this slow. I must have just been used to the mouse sensitivity anytime I played this in the past.
Brogar sent me to collect the money you owe him.
So, he's got you working for him. Thought you might have a bit more sense. Here, take it. Hope you choke on it.
Oh, I only choke on it when if I spend it on beer and then choke on the beer. I like how often we hear the rain, but there's no rain.
I'm here to collect you-know-what, Brannan. Pay up.
Brogar got you collecting now, has he? Okay, I'll pay. But I actually want protecting this time.
Hey, I cleared this work site for you.
What do you
Doesn't
know
that
about
count?
the sword? A golden one.
Well, I've heard stuff. And I thought I may have found a piece of it back at the excavation site.
Have you still got it?
I was about to dig it out when those insects came.
I wonder if it's still there.
Not anymore, because I dug it up.
Brogar wants his money.
Take my gold. Take everything, but leave me alone.
Well, I don't think that was everything, but... Snap, crackle, pop.
Here, one beer for some information.
Hey, you got one. You're beautiful.
Here, 2 beers.
Beer! Here you go.
For some reason, every time he says beer, beer, I expect him to start singing the song from Bard's Tale.
Your protection money is due. Hand it over.
Which actually I found out is an
you
actual
are.
folk song.
Don't need to get rough.
Because the Dubliners did a version of it. I think that the Dubliners. Was it somebody else? Regardless, I always thought it was a song that they wrote for the game, but it turns out it is not. Oh god. Oh my god, how do I get so stuck on doors? Craig, I guess you count as one of Broger's men? Yeah, definitely the Knuckle of E song. That was definitely not a folk song, because pretty sure classic folk songs don't refer to people as anuses.
Brogar wants his protection money.
Here, take it, and leave me in peace.
One of the funny things, I like that they have NPCs who are carrying something. They don't just, it doesn't just disappear from their hands when you talk to them. But for some reason, when you pickpocket them, if they have something in their hand, the dialogue resets their animation, so they start swinging their hands around with the box just floating. And it's funny to me.
Give me your protection money.
All right. I really don't want any nastiness.
I'm here to collect your protection money.
What? Don't tell me you're one of Brogar's henchmen.
Let's say business partner in training.
Well, I'm sure you have your reasons. But if you want protection money, first I need some protection. I've got
Right.
bog bodies
This is where we do the
wandering all over
bog
my
the
farm.
bodies.
They were over by the waterfall this morning.
You pointed
and
the
I
wrong
don't
direction.
call letting bog bodies.
Whoops.
I'll take care of the bog bodies. Then we'll talk about the gold.
Over by the waterfall. Good luck.
The bod boggies. Well, isn't that something, Orbaron? I had intended to stream that game at some point before now, but I've not been able to because it's just got some weird issues when you try and stream it. Oh boy, 2 for 1 here. Well, that's some pain. One thing I do think lets you cheese this game a little bit too much is the fact that you can run and consume healing items. Oh, we got a friend. Let's get him. Let him get stuck in. Yeah, he's taking the big stick one. I've noticed that sometimes NPCs are able to do, yeah, like that. They can do the big final combo attack just instantly. They can skip animations, which is kind of annoying. Bam. Wow, he switched targets. Ow, the good lord. Couldn't even tell that he was swinging at me. He was like swinging right between us. The counter you get later? I don't think it is. Because that one is like an upward swing. This is him doing the downward bonk.
Ah.
Or do you mean that's like when you do that and then that? Because he's not doing it as a counter. He's just doing it instantly. Yeah, see that? That's bogus. Cheating bitch. Although it is the easiest move to dodge, so... Alright, well, he's cheating. That's my point. Where's the third one hiding? There he is. Hopefully I can avoid the other one. Nope. Let's get old Philip back in this mess.
You can run.
Yeah. Will this guy get involved? They switch targets too easily. This Olaf guy does not want to get... wants nothing to do with this. Yes, this game did bring back NPCs who won't get involved in fights. Even against monsters. They're just like, nah, it's none of my business. I also do believe that friendly fire in situations like this is still possible. Doesn't seem as prolific, but it is possible to accidentally target Phil, since he's not like a follower or anything. Differently named enemies are being kept. Well, Gothic 3 was already doing that. You know, like the aggressive wild boars that you had to kill for what's his nuts. I guess it wasn't keeping them it wasn't keeping a counter of them. Well, that's more just like a quality of life thing, where if you don't know how many you're supposed to kill, it just tells you.
You can relax. I dealt with those bog bodies.
Well, that is
Pardon.
a relief. I knew you weren't all bad. Here, take this as a thank you.
Oh, wow, he gives me the whole money.
Thanks. But I am still going to need that protection money.
Here, take it.
Oh, he gives me a reward and the protection money. I thought that was all for the protection money. We get our own money out of it. Yeah, unfortunately, that's... yeah. I wish the quests were more nuanced, but you're asking for a lot, because... what matters nowadays is more content, not good content. Okay, so the last one we gotta do is Oscar. Oscar Meyer.
I'm here for Brogar's money.
What? Running Brogar's errands is no way to make friends here. Now they've got you collecting gold.
Whatever you say. Now give me the money.
Here. And I hope a Geiger bites you in the arse.
So for some reason, he's the only one you have the option to just say never mind. But it makes no difference. It's not like you lose him as a merchant or anything. Yeah, I mean, the game's introducing you to combat, I guess, with this whole thing.
So about that little job I'm doing for you. There's no one left to collect from.
Right. So where's my 200 gold coins?
I did the work. I'm keeping the gold.
I knew you were shifty. Think you can get one over on Brogar, eh? Well, you got a big shock coming, little fish, when you least expect it.
Again, nobody would stop you from kicking my ass now. But the plot demands you stay your blade. Right, so we gotta talk to Craig, because he tells us how we can, Is it Craig or is it Sam? I think it's Sam. Sam would tell us how we can, make the fight against Brogar easier.
About Brogar. Brogar's fighters are staging fights in the arena. Would the Don approve of that?
You'd have to ask Rachel. But it might be something you can hold against Brogar. You could use it to stop Brogar. If you challenged him to combat and won, that would embarrass him in front of everyone. But it wouldn't be easy.
That's an understatement.
Well, you started on this path. Every man chooses his destination. Where are you going?
Whatever happens, I'll need to train.
A man needs skills, and with the path you've chosen, you'll need more skills than most.
There is no way I can beat Brogar with this useless equipment.
If you're after a better blade, Oscar the Smith will sell you one. If that fails, you'll need another line of attack. Magic. Try talking to Robart, the swamp farmer. He knows about magic, and as he's outside the camp, people won't hear you buying stuff.
So this is one of those things, I like that is an option if you look for it, but you basically just have to talk to Sam and exhaust his dialogue and you'll find out about it. If there was something like you overheard that Robart, like, say, dealt with the novices from the monastery and they may have sold him some magic scrolls, then you could deduce, with your own brain thinking, that you could possibly get something from him that would help you. And it wouldn't be so explicit about saying, you need this to fight Brogar. It would be kind of like the, in Gothic 2 in the monastery, when you're doing the test of fire, you can do something for Dirian. You can make a promise to Dirian and he'll give you a sleep scroll. And it turns out that sleep scroll will help you get the put the guard to sleep so you can get the magic hammer and defeat the magic golem. And it doesn't explicitly tell you that, but that's obviously the intended way to do it once you've kind of worked it out. But this doesn't do that. It just says, hey, you want to fight Brogar? Get some magic from Robart.
Craig is running a betting ring.
He knows Esteban doesn't like that kind of thing. It just ends up with the men arguing. This could be the spark that sets everything off. Go and tell Craig I said to stop it if he knows what's good for him.
Well, let's get our money's worth out of it before we do that.
Brogar is forcing Sam to work for him instead of hunting. He's sawing wood for Brogar's fire. That's why you've not been getting the meat you need.
Damn Brogar. I thought he was trying to undermine Esteban. He'd be nothing without the Don, and now I need that meat.
What do you want to do about it?
Me? You do what you can. There'll be a full-on rebellion if stomachs go empty. If you want to help out, get me meat and get Sam back out hunting.
Brogar has ordered me to collect protection money for him.
What? Really? And who are you supposed to collect it from?
From all the men here who aren't one of his fighters.
He's really gone too far this time. How long has he been getting money from them?
No idea.
All right, just play along. Collect the gold and find out who's not paying so willingly. Then we might be able to put a nail in Brogar's coffin. He's not taking over this camp. Not while I live.
I certainly wouldn't want to see him with any real power.
So she said that, but even though people are nobody's willing to hand it over. But I don't think any of them offer any alternative options. You just take it from them or not.
I collected all the money for Brogar. Now what?
If my husband learns about this, he'll have Brogar killed on the spot. Then he'll give me hell for not keeping an eye on things. Perhaps if you go to Brogar and tell him what you know, threaten to pass it on to Esteban, maybe he might buckle. That would help keep things calm here for a while at least.
Well, I'll try talking to him.
I mean, again, like, the worst that's going to happen, she's going to get yelled at, and maybe Esteban won't trust her quite as much, but it's hardly worth what would happen if you completely lose control of the situation. I recall that getting the magic scroll from Robart is a bit pricey. Maybe I'm misremembering. Well, I'm going to see if we can avoid using it.
I've heard that you trade with novices.
I do, but visitors have been rare lately.
I'm looking for magical items.
Who told you to come here? I get it. None of my business. As it happens, I do have some scrolls to sell.
Yeah, 200 gold. Fuck that. We don't need no magic protection, just need the protection of my own thick skin. And my bonking stick. I think it's time for another experiment here as well. This is the last step of this whole quest. Right? I'm not missing anything, am I? We found Drogon. We got the protection money. I said I'm keeping it. And now we challenge him to an arena fight because he's been shamed by us and has something to prove. But first, place my bet.
I want to make a bet. I think I can beat Brogar in the arena.
I think he'd turn you into paste. But first, you'd have to get him to fight you. That's hard enough.
I'll find a way. Brogar, I challenge you to fight me in the arena.
Yeah, I do respect that it gives you the chance to just bypass most of it if you're just trying to hurry along.
I fought and defeated all your fighters. Will you face me now, or are you a coward?
Show a little respect, little fish. I'll fight you. Maybe that way I can teach you some respect.
So this will be fun. It would be nice if the combat systems, like, change things so that when you... Like, even if it was just artificial for NPCs, something to make them more challenging, because fighting them, even if they deal more damage, is pretty much the same every time.
You're ready for this?
Also, he's not... What weapon... Oh, he's got, like, a little skinny stick. I thought he was just using, like, a regular branch.
I ain't finished with you.
So, like, Brogar, yeah, he hits harder, but otherwise fighting him is the same as fighting anybody else. He doesn't dodge more, he doesn't attack faster. Doesn't attack more. There's really no major difference. Well, come at. Ow. Good lord. Yeah, but that... I think that was just a little quirk there. He's running normally now. I don't know. It doesn't really change his attack behavior, so I don't think that matters much. Good lord. When they do the, across... when they start to swing from his left shoulder, it seems to be a lot slower than the other way around. I guess the only thing is he does have a higher skill rank, so he does the lateral swings a lot more, which are the ones that tend to catch you when you're trying to dodge around him.
Stop, will you?
I haven't gone anywhere. That time he just wasn't defending himself. Bah! Good lord. That's the one that's really hard to dodge for some reason. What even was that? Come on. If I had the lateral swings now, it'd probably be easier to land some hits.
You're ready for this?
Good lord. It's actually, when you're trying to dodge around them, it's tougher to dodge when you're up close, or when you're far away. Yeah, it's just because of the weird hitboxes. And the input for getting the parry is super, like, super tight. If you hold it for just a millisecond too long. Yeah, I do wish that... I kind of hate games that where the parry is like an instant load of damage. If you pull it off, like a Dark Souls or something. But in this game, you only really get one free hit out of it. And it's always going to be... like, unless you get the later skill, it's always going to be your first hit, which is your weakest. So I wish it would do something like open them up for just some, like, bonus... Like, it does 50% more damage than the hit normally would. Something like that. So it's worth doing, but it's not easy. It's not like worth abusing necessarily. Ow. Good lord. So close.
You're ready for this?
See that? Doing the dodge around is pretty difficult. God! What if I just rely on blocking? Let's try that some more. I seem to give a shit. One of the tricks that is nice when you get, it does seem like face-hugging him is actually a decent strategy because you can get him when he dodges backwards. Which he does tend to do. Because he doesn't get out of range. But one of the tricks later, when you get the ability that lets you do a power attack that breaks guard, that's worth doing as a second attack in a combo, because it'll break their guard, and then you get them with a big bonk. Yeah, honestly, abusing the shield is more worth it than anything. You get fewer, you land fewer hits, but you can get him when he dodges like that. So what happens? Oh, we failed the quest. Lame. They really wanted you to deal with Brogar again later. So if you murder him here, it just fails the quest with Rachel. I'm curious what the dialogue is.
By the way, you were right. Brogar folded.
Just folded with my sword in his guts.
Don't worry, that's not an end to
What?
it. When he's least expecting it, I'll slip something in his food.
But he's dead.
I know poisons that will work slowly to turn a person inside out over several weeks.
I might just stay away
He's
from
dead,
your
though.
cooking in the future.
Here, you've earned a reward. Oh, and one more thing. Don't let Esteban know about this. He'd just blame me.
I'm not interested in getting you in trouble.
Now that's out of the way,
Okay, so I guess this is the precedent for Helix 2 breaking their plot at the end. They don't seem to show failed quests. Huh, so that's lame. Yeah, so it fails the quest, but nobody mentions him being dead. They just treat it as if you still completed the quest normally.
This is why they gave up on the idea that you could kill any NPC, even though Elex tried to bring it back, and then Elex 2 said, nah, screw that. Whatever, we fight again.
Hope you're ready for this.
Nice one, dork ass. Ow. Shifty bugger, ain't you? Come on. Alright, whatever. Whoa. Oh, I hit the wall. I was wondering why I bonked. Ah! That's dangerous. I thought the wall strats were a good idea. Yes, that's not a great plan. Gotta keep him away from the wall. Bam. One time, really? Which one is that? Oh, that's right, yeah. What's his name? Scorpio or something?
Not bad. I'm impressed. Stay in my good books and I can make something of a scrapper like you.
I think I
Scordo,
can make something
yeah.
of myself.
You get too cocky with people, it'll be a grave you're making for yourself.
Hey, I took the liberty of lifting that piece of the sword blade from you.
You thieving bastard. Rob a man when he's down, would you?
You'd have done the same to me, Brogar. I'm thinking maybe I should tell the Don what I know, Brogar.
About what? My protective, supportive funds? You think he'd believe a little fish like you over me?
We'll see, shall we?
Look, let's not get into a fight over this. I ain't forgotten the last one. I'll quieten things down, okay? Just don't think you can keep pissing me off.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Right. Good. Glad we got that clear.
Oh, what fun. This does feel like it's mostly an homage to the bandit camp in Jarkandar, but instead it's the first thing you do instead of an expansion.
By the way, you were right.
Okay, we heard all this when it wasn't actually relevant.
I'm not.
Now that.
I need a place to sleep.
Take Brogar's hut.
No, we've already been taking a free hut.
Well, I arrived here with just a mouthful of sand. So a shack in the swamp is a step up, I suppose.
Get out of my hut.
Looks like you're moving on, Brogar. The Don's
Oh, I never
giving
saw
me
that
your
question.
hut.
You better watch your step, little.
Yeah.
You are.
Best swamp in a PB game, I would say, is the Swamp of Jarkandar, because you actually spend a decent amount of time there and kind of are encouraged to and even obliged to explore most of it. Whereas it was just kind of there outside the swamp camp in Gothic 1. And you're just told to go deep into it for one quest and collect some plants. That was kind of boring. I don't think it's... The big swamp in Risen isn't substantial enough. Like, it's big and it's intimidating, but you don't actually have to do anything there. It's really just for that one bit where you get trapped and you have to escape the ruins through the tunnel in the swamp, and that's about it. So, I would say Jarkandar.
Let Sam go hunting.
Okay. Aren't you the soft-hearted one?
I mean, he has no, like, authority anymore. We've already, like, shamed him.
You can stop worrying about Brogar. I've dealt with him.
You're quite something. With him gone, I just hope that Don will find his old self again. But that's me talking about us, and I get the sense you've already outgrown us. You've got a spirit of adventure. This swamp isn't going to be good enough for you. Well, I guess I'd better get back to my own work, eh? Good luck with wherever you go.
Alright. You just showed up.
In 3 hours, we've shaken up the whole balance of power here. Ain't that something? Please stop this storm. This is out of control. I need to hear myself think. I like how when you skip the storm, you get that fade out of the last few hits of thunder that you don't hear normally because the storm is unrelenting. Now, can I get anything good? I have a crossbow. Yeah. Which, I guess is different because this is like the first place you're likely to get to. So you're less likely to miss it.
I now have all the pieces of the sword blade.
I was right. It is a beautiful piece of work. Good job it has me to return some life to it, eh? And you still standing there staring at me? Supposes I owe you some sort of reward? Come back when I've finished the sword. I'll show you what a true craftsman can make. Here, from the ashes comes the phoenix, eh? Fucking beautiful, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
Isn't it? Give it back to me now. You don't want to scratch that.
So, I meant to save before doing this, but,
Sorry. I think I'll keep this.
Ha! Right. Give it back. I said, give me the sword. You fucker. You planned this. You just wanted the sword to get to the Don. You're gonna regret crossing me.
I'm pretty sure I never do.
Go fuck yourself.
Like, he stops being a merchant for now, but I think even in Chapter 2, he's back to normal. But, whatever, I guess we're stuck with this decision now.
I heard the Don was interested in a sword. A golden sword. Well, I've got it.
Are you serious? So you actually found all the pieces? That's amazing. You can't even tell it was broken. Oscar certainly knows his metals.
Surely this is enough to get me an audience with the Don.
Are you kidding? He'll probably divorce me and marry you.
Ooh.
I'm guessing that means I can go in. About your camp. You don't have to worry about your food supplies anymore. Sam is back out hunting.
So I heard. You've got a knack for this. Here, take this gold. Don't spend it too quickly.
I've got everyone back to work on the tasks you'd given them.
Well, you're not like everyone else around here, are you? I'm impressed.
There has to be more that needs doing.
Single-minded, aren't you? No, but here's something as a thanks. Hopefully this camp will run a little smoother from now on.
Alrighty then. That's all well and good. So, we're in good shape. Already gotten started. Let's take a look at the sword. Oh, I can actually wield it. Ain't that a fabulous piece of work? Anyway, so I think I'm gonna wrap this up here today. I will probably stream tomorrow. We'll pick this up at the same time, same place. I probably won't stream as long as I did today. What's gonna happen with this after that is it's kind of gonna be something I do in the middle of the week whenever I have time, because I want the weekend streams to be the usual variety of stuff that I normally do. But so this is going to be something, because I need to stay up with it, otherwise I'm going to forget a lot of the stuff that I learned. And, yeah, so I got to kind of keep it fresh. So, it'll probably be, like, evening streams, any random weekday where I just want to give it an hour or two. And that's going to be how it works. So, unfortunately, I'm sure a lot of people are not going to be able to see it. But, that's just how it is. These will always be streamed to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, whereas the normal weekend streams, I'm going to go back to Twitch only. Just because, like, streaming to that is a little bit more convenient. But otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow unless I decide otherwise and I cancel it. And yeah, we're going to go through all 3 factions at some point. Hopefully we'll have this wrapped up in just a few months. Because I don't want the Risen walkthrough to be the 3-year odyssey that Gothic 2 was. Till then, have yourselves a lovely weekend, Happy New Year, and see you all next time.